Prova, 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 prova. 1, 2, 3, 4, prova. Prova 5. Aspetta. Ah sì, scusa, aspetta. Group, lo devo alzare. Prova, prova. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfetto. È tanto, poco, va bene? Senza effetti.
Senza effetti, puro,
Sì, 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 sì.
senza echi.
Sì, sì, sì.
Perfetto allora.
Sì, sì, prova. 1, 2, 3, 4, prova. Vediamo com'è l'audio perché qua non ho il gain. Prova, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, prova. Prova, sì, prova. Ok. In caso me lo alzo un po' da qua, così gonfia più del margine. Controlli audio, microfoni gelato, sì. Lo alzo qua e lo abbasso un pochino qua magari. Prova, sì. 1, 2, 3, 4, prova, prova, sì, prova. Prova, prova, prova. Poi questa si bassa. Tiriamo su. Ok, adesso che siamo? Prova. 1, 2, 3, 4, prova. Perfetto. Squelch medio. Prova. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Prova, prova. Poi anche altri più o meno. Sì, 1, 2, 3, 4, prova, 5, 6, 7, prova, sì, sì, prova, 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 sì, prova. impugnatura 1, prova, sì, prova, prova, prova.
Prova, 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 prova. Prova, 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 prova. Sì. Prova, 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 prova. 1, 2, 3, 4, prova. Ah, si era spento? Ah, ok. Pa. Ok. Prova, 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 prova. Prova, 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 prova. Allora, segue l'audio della sala. Alziamo, abbassiamo in base all'audio della sala. Sì, prova, prova, prova. Prova, 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 prova. Sì, magari tutti parlassero così. Sì, pa. Ok. Sì, sì.
Siete carichi?
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Gibbs. How does it sound? How does it sound? Welcome to Techtalia 2023. My name is. Sounds good. Good morning. Buongiorno. Welcome to Techtalia 2023. I'm your founder and host, Gabriel Schillinger. It is my honor to be here today. This is our 4th edition of Techtalia. Our first year was virtually, second in Rome, last year was in Milan, and this year we're in La Serenissima, Venice. Before we get started, we have a couple of opening remarks from both the Vice Rector of Foscari University, Professor Antonio Marcomini. We have a little video, and our presenting sponsor, Mike Vorhaus, will also do a little talk before he gets into his panel on AI. I want everybody to close their eyes and imagine that you're in this room, built in the 15th century, but there are mirrors on these walls, as you can see. In the 1700s and 1730, from the studio of Giovanni Battista, you gotta close your eyes. Not everybody's closing their eyes. This is not a joke. And so, you're in Italy, you're in Venice, come on, close your eyes. The studio of Giovanni Battista Tiepolo, there are paintings all around this room. I want you to imagine that you're coming to an event here held by the Delphine family, one of the top families of Venice. They had a doge, they had bishops. Controversially, in the 20th century, they had the secretary for Mussolini. But let's not talk about that. You're coming in, you're a merchant, you just arrived into Venice, and there's going to be a grand party here. And the head of the family, maybe running the investments at the time, you want to do a pitch. And it's 1732, so Venice is still rich in culture and monetary. Politically, a little bit more challenging. But you're coming because you have an idea to present. You've gotten dressed up, and you're in this room, and as you walk in, you see the incredible paintings from Tiepolo's studio. And it was almost a theatrical experience. As you're walking in, you're ready to say hello to your host, and you've got your opening lines in your mind. So do you think you're full of courage, or do you think you're full of curiosity? So now, open your eyes, reach underneath your chair. There's a card there, and that card is your identity for today. And so when you introduce yourself to people, you can say, hey, which card did you get? I know, right? A little bit of trick. Did everybody get a card? If not, one of our amazing volunteers can hand you a card. The Gucci gift certificate is with Jeremiah. Find Jeremiah. He's got the Gucci gift certificate. Okay, everybody, now we're going to show a nice introductory video from Foscari, our wonderful venue host, and thank you also to the Foscari Foundation team for providing the venue space. Wow. Now I'd like to introduce Vice Rector of Foscari University, Professor Antonio Marcomini. We've got a microphone here provided by Alicia. Thank you so much. Make sure we turn it on. Perfect.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. And a buongiorno a tutti voi. I will start with a short introduction in Italian because, first of all, I believe that any scientific and technological innovation should go on with also a cultural innovation. And first of all, cultural innovation starts from the way we communicate, start from our own language. So to acknowledge that our own native language is an individual heritage to be protected, to be adapted, whatever, that is the first step in order to be successful in innovation, any kind of innovation. However, we need also to be well aware that English is the language, by definition, of science and technology, is the language that is going to unify the planet. So we need to communicate in English because if no English, communication will be much more difficult.
More difficult, yeah.
Definitely. E quindi, innanzitutto, un benvenuti a tutti a Venezia. E vi porto i saluti della rettrice Tiziana Di Piello, che è stata la prima rettrice donna, female rector, nei 155 anni di storia di questa università. Venezia è una capitale. Quindi, a parte le cose che ci siamo detti, è molto importante riconoscere che siete in una capitale. In passato Venezia è stata una capitale del commercio, è stata una capitale anche da un punto di vista demografico. Nell'Ottocento, nel Settecento Venezia aveva 200-300 mila abitanti, quando ancora la popolazione mondiale non era arrivata a 1 miliardo, quindi era una grande città. E molto wealthy, molto ricca, ovviamente. Oggi cos'è Venezia? Oggi, tuttora, nowadays, Venezia è una capitale culturale. Quindi ha un'offerta in termini di cultura, musei, foundations, bla bla bla, equivalente a una popolazione di 1,5 milioni di abitanti. E quindi, innanzitutto, godetevi questa capitale culturale che è Venezia. Now I switch, however, to English to say that on behalf of the rector, Tiziana Di Piello, the first female rector of the university, over the under 55 years of history of university, has been elected. Now Beaver today is moving back from abroad, so she cannot be here. But anyway, she told me to thank you for staying, for being here. It's really also an honor for us to have all you here, because the subject, the way Techtalia is working is very, very interesting, and also the way we attract your attention on, first of all, on the link between science, technology, and humanities. Nowadays, whenever we speak about sustainability, we need to increasingly speak about social sustainability and to show the quite close link between values, humanistic values, and scientific, technological values. By the way, the title of your meeting is really paradigmatic. I mean, courage and curiosity is the basis for producing any type of value. But by value, we cannot restrict the concept of value to an economical value, to a monetary value. That is a big mistake. We need to expand. Of course, the basis, I would say, is economical one, because if you are not successful in marketing and so on, But at the end of the day, especially at the end of the day, it's very important to prove that you also produced cultural value. And at the end of the day, to show that cultural value is much more important. Is first of all long-standing, as a temporal time horizon much more important, because we know as scientists, technologists, that any discovery, especially nowadays, is a short time discovery and so on. By the way, I'm also a scientist. I'm a scientist, an environmental scientist, and so on. Okay, I stop here. So,
thank you so much for having us.
Okay.
And we have a little gift for you as well. So, Anna, I was wondering if you can grab one of the gift bags, please, that we'd like to present to you and to the rector of Foscari. So Anna will shortly bring it up. And thank you so much for having us here in this incredible venue to dream.
Grazie a voi per essere qui, and of course I wish you a quite fruitful, and by fruitful I mean a bit transformative 2 days experience in Venice. Grazie ancora.
Grazie. Now I'd like to introduce our presenting sponsor, an incredibly close friend of mine, a business partner. We had way too many 4, 5, 6, 7 a.m. calls over the last 2 years, but I miss them, honestly. Mike Vorhaus of Vorhaus Advisors would like to say a couple of words before he starts his panel on why AI will take over the world. Mike.
Beautiful room, huh? You know, I do this at a lot of conferences. I always like to take a picture of y'all. So everybody smile, say formaggio, or however it's said in Italian. So thanks a lot. You know, Gabriel is an amazing guy. I met Gabriel, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago when he started his first company, which was, at the time, given a hard time with selling to Animoca, but when the stock skyrocketed, people began to understand how smart Gabriel was in that. And he was like 14 when that happened. So we've developed an incredibly close brotherly relationship. I'm obviously the older brother. And my company would not want to support anything more than Techtalia. It's our #1 give back from my company, which is mostly around introducing early stage entrepreneurs to venture capital money. That's kind of what I do my most. But Gabriel and I also started a SPAC with Bruce Hack and Jack Trentin. And unlike most other SPACs, we're still alive. So we had to bring in another partner, but we'll tell you all about that if you want at some other point. I just wanted to briefly ask people where they're from. I'm from California. I'm from Los Angeles. Raise your hand if you're from Italy. Okay. Raise your hand if you're from Western Europe. Eastern Europe? Bravo. Ukrainian? Go get them. It's like a football team for us in America. We're like rooting for you guys every day. Anybody from Asia? Awesome, welcome. And where did I miss? I didn't say the United States? Oh, North America, the United States. Bravo, thank you for coming. That's excellent. I just wanted to briefly mention, and last year I did this in more detail, that you should really go to Wikipedia and look at the incredible centuries of brilliant scientific and technological achievement by the Italians. And on into the modern era too, where a large number of Nobel Prizes, right, have been granted here in Italy, probably far in excess of the per capita. This is truly, as beautiful it is and as great food as it is, and elegant people. You look elegant too. The women are even more elegant looking. I'm allowed to say that because I'm gay, so don't worry about that. It's not like a... So we're really, really happy to be here. We're happy to be in the land where a lot of science was invented. So we say thank you to all of the wonderful people from Italy and what they've done for the world. And I just wanted to briefly mention my husband, Jeremiah Wilson, who's back here. He's going to wave. He's not going to stand up. There you go. If you ever want to know how to get Gucci or somebody like that to open early and let you in privately, talk to my husband. But he's been a great supporter. He's become a great friend to Gabriel. We're really happy to be part of this. We're really glad you're all here. Do not miss tonight. Do not miss this afternoon. And thank you for having me, Gabriel, and thank you for letting me be part of the enterprise. And we look forward to discussing where we're going to do this next year. Shall we begin our AI panel? Would our three panelists like to come up? You all coming up? Oh, coming out from the side. We went to the Beyonce concert. She came out from the side too. But she had a second stage. We don't have a second stage here today. All right, AI. So let's just get down to the most important first fact. Raise your hand if you think you are an expert in artificial intelligence. He has a PhD in it. It's okay, don't be ashamed. It's like a ski run, the Black Diamond. Okay, who feels that they're like intermediate in knowledge about AI? Okay, I would expect that of all of you. You know, I was at a conference where, you'll love this, Luke. I was at a conference where somebody stood up and said, how many of you are developing games? And, you know, almost everybody in the room raised their hand. And then he said, okay, put your hand down if it's not a Web3 game. And AI is broadly part of Web3. And almost everybody's hands went down. Everybody's hands stayed up. And then he said, okay, keep your hand up if you were working on AI 6 months ago. All the hands went down. Hey, gentlemen. Awesome to see you. I'm going to ask each one of our panelists to introduce himself, and we're going to also try to address a little bit in these first remarks how each of you kind of see AI and define it and whatnot. To some extent, over these next 30 minutes, let's address the question of, is the world going to be taken over by AI, or however it was worded? So let's start with you, Rick. How are you today?
Very good. I've not been in a room this magnificent since I had dinner at your house a month ago. So, very nice to be here.
Hey.
I'm Rick Allen. I'm the founding CEO of ViewLift. We are a streaming and monetization platform, principally for sports, leagues, and teams, also for entertainment companies, broadcast groups, etc.
Rick fails to tell you that he was one of the two most important men in the Clinton administration that brought back to America the belief that people should volunteer and take modest pay in order to help other people with education and social growth, and he's really a great American public servant, and we thank you.
Thank you.
Now for the gentleman with the PhD. He's much older than he looks. How are you today?
I am very well, thank you for asking. And I'm so glad to be here. This room is amazing, really amazing. As Mike was telling you, I'm a PhD in AI. I just got it a couple of months ago. And instead of going down the path of academic research, while I could have, I decided to go with founding a company. And we specialize in basically digitizing everything that is verbally conveyed. So be they phone calls, virtual meetings, actual physical meetings, all of that can be captured and transcribed. Also, you can obviously use that information after the fact to query and know what happened in a project that you started 6 months ago. But, as I'm sure you know, this actually already happens in English. And since I'm Italian, I wanted to focus on different languages because English language is amazing. 4 billion people probably work with it every day. But other languages do not have the same privilege. So we are focusing on different languages, starting with Italian.
Ari, how are you today?
I am doing splendidly, thank you.
You're so much taller than you were on the Zoom.
I know. Sometimes people are shocked. I take a lot of space. So I'm Ari Johnson. I have a PhD in AI from a little bit over a quarter of a century ago, when it was not cool, and people really asked me when I was doing the PhD, and what are you going to work on? Because this is not going anywhere. But I did end up working for NASA for 10 years, applying AI to spacecraft operations. Then I ended up at a university, running that for 12 years. And then I dove headlong into being an entrepreneurship and innovation. So I'm the chairman of the board for Identifier Technologies, among other things. And really thrilled to be here today in this room with all of you and all of you.
Great. Let's stay with you, Ari. Help me understand, what the heck is AI?
This has actually been one of the things that has been really hard to define properly. But the basic idea is to have computers be able to solve some of the same problems that we, as humans, are able to solve. So learning, making decisions, speaking, listening, understanding visual information, all of the things that we see us as humans being really good at, we're trying to get machines to do the same thing. And this has been really challenging. And the real breakthrough that came through recently is through the machine learning algorithms that most of you have probably heard about. And it's essentially, we have figured out a way for computers to learn complex concepts from the world, from visual information, from text, from all kinds of information. And then they can respond to questions about that information, and they can even now generate, whether it's pictures, images, videos, or text, based on all of this information they've learned. And this has really changed everything in terms of what AI can do, because now we can teach AI very complex things, and it can actually do it and it can interact with us. And this is a fantastic first step, but we're not completely done. So one of the things that we are missing, and is going to be the next step, is for AI to be able to make higher level decisions. The optimizing decisions, the tough decisions that we as humans are able to do. Once we have that with the ability to learn, AI will take over the world, guaranteed.
Excellent, excellent. Niccolo, how do you define AI? Would you also tell us a little bit about your more generalized paradigm for AI that you talked about with me recently?
Okay, so I would define AI in its current state as probably basically a pattern matching machine. As Ari was saying, they just learn from the data, and then they learn how to output stuff based on the data that they've been trained on. So in the current paradigm, I think the AI is a very useful tool indeed, but it will not be able to make decisions, like higher level decisions, because of how it actually works within. It's a very complex topic, as you can obviously understand. I will not go into the details here, but in a very general sense, they are not reasoning, well, we don't know whether they are reasoning, but we assume they are not. So what we have to do to get to AGI, so the general artificial intelligence, is probably have to change the paradigm, especially for generative models. Because right now, we predict the next word, and it's a bit more complex than that, but on the surface level, that's it. So where are we today? We are at a very, very interesting step, but we might not be on the right path to general artificial intelligence, in my opinion.
Thank you, very thoughtful. Rick, I know you've been speaking and thinking a lot about this issue over the last few years. Would you give us your version of a definition and maybe talk a little bit about the paradigm you've developed for looking at AI?
We've used machine intelligence for a long period of time, and everybody in this room has used it to have personalization features on Netflix, for example. Those are all coding sequences that you can, as a human being, if you identify a problem with the result, you can go back through the code to find out where it went sideways. The difficulty about AI is that those steps are not laid out and are not as capable of being deconstructed to find the error, because the point of AI is for the machine itself to move without being driven by human code. That leads to a series of risks, which I think we'll go into later, We see it as a business that operates in the technology sector with content owners to be an enormously valuable tool, which is exceptionally promising in terms of its ultimate destination, but as Nicola said, at an early stage, still in its use. And like any tool, it can be used for good or for ill, and I think we'll talk about that in a moment.
As a matter of fact, right this moment, let's start with Niccolo. What are the pros? Tell me what's great about AI.
Okay, so everything that we have seen in the last 2 to 3 years, I would say, has been an amazing step forward in the field of AI, because AI has been around for 25, 30 years, but we didn't have the hardware capabilities to make them like worthy of training a model and actually using it in inference. What's great about AI right now is that we are able to basically train models that solve specific tasks extremely well, like extremely, extremely well. And we are at a point where solving these tasks is going to propel us forward. I don't know, like, I think this is an industrial revolution, basically. And I think that we are going to see a lot of stuff coming up in the next 2 to 3 years that is going to make it easy for communication to be had among different people in different languages, for example. I don't know, information is going to be much easier to gather, and it's just so much stuff that can go well, but there's also a lot of stuff that can go wrong, obviously.
And we're going to talk about that too.
Yeah.
Can my AI, create my own talks and my own letters, and is this an advantage?
I mean, is that an advantage? That is an open question, I think, because at a certain point, yes, like AI will be able to create content based on what you are used to do. They are going to be personalized on your own experience and on your own beliefs and how you maybe create a talk, how you structure a talk. But are you really willing to give up the right, or actually the privilege of having to create your own talk? Do you want to do that? Because that might lead to some way of creative apathy. So it's an open question, I think.
Ari, you want to talk a little bit about how AI is going to help the world?
Yes. So it's actually really interesting, and it's probably a natural consequence, but it's really interesting in terms of how AI can help us. The fact that this is really coming into its own, the AI technology that we have today, following the information revolution that we have gathered, and we are gathering every day, unbelievable amounts of information, storing it, and we will try and fix it. I'll trust they will fix this.
This is machine learning.
This is machine learning. It's actually it's trying to edit me because I'm going to say something bad about it, so it's trying to censor me. So it comes in following the fact the advances of basically digital information technology. So we have unbelievable amounts of data that we can use to feed the AI. And that means it can do these kinds of things. It can create, based on all of the data that we gathered over the last decades. And that is what is allowing AI today to learn how to drive cars, how to fly airplanes, how to operate machinery, how to write text, how to write talks, how to make videos, how to make images, and all of these things. But it's all being driven by data that we have created. Yeah. So one of the really interesting challenges that comes up is once AI starts creating a lot of the data that it puts out there, and then it's digesting the same data back as the input into it continuing to learn, it's actually been shown by a few researchers that this kind of a cycle, AI creating and learning from itself and then creating again, very quickly spirals down. So one of the things we have to figure out a way to do is to maintain the human creativity to continue producing really creative data for the AI to learn from. But if we continue to do that, then AI can do amazing things for us in terms of understanding the data and relating it back to us in a way that we can't do ourselves is just too much.
That's really the connection between the 2 points that you've made. This is a very sophisticated audience, but as you know, AI is taking large data sets and going over them at speeds and depths that human beings can't do. But to your question of does it actually generate unique insights that would be useful in a conversation, a speech, a piece of writing, that's really the big question, because it's studying what already exists. And therefore, I think on an individual basis, most of the folks I know who are using AI for writing and speaking are using it as a preliminary kind of survey of what's out there on the topic. And then they try to innovate on top of it. And the question is whether AI will truly start to do it on its own. We've seen what various creatives think can happen when it hits that stage. That's been a source of science fiction for many generations. How to keep it from spiraling down is a significant challenge, I think. I'd say to the two experts on this panel, that is already shown to be a significant concern.
Let me ask the audience, and I'm not going to have you close your eyes because I want you not to be affected by each other. I think this is a frank group. Who in this room is lightly worried or fears AI?
Oh, lightly worried, certainly.
And medium level of concern? Keep your hands up. And who's really freaked out about this stuff? Thank you, Kaya. Can we just take a minute or two on regulation? You know, I guess Marconi invented the radio, and I guess Sarnoff popularized the TV, though it now appears in the United States that these are mostly under the control of the federal government and regulation from our commissions. And we all know privacy regulation. That's why for the Americans here, every time you go on a website in Europe, they give you like 9 chances to say, no, don't take my data. They only give us like 1 chance in the United States. So I'm also wondering how regulation is going to develop in Europe. What do you see, we'll start with Rick, as the regulatory environment over the next couple of years?
Well, I'd focus first on what I think are the 3 biggest risks currently coming out of AI. The first is fraud in a variety of dimensions, projecting something that isn't true for the deliberate intent of deceiving people. And especially in the electoral context, that's a significant problem. We've seen it already from deep fakes to the way that pitches are designed in social media to try to impact elections. The second area I'd point to is jobs, the displacement of human beings out of jobs that have traditionally been handled by humans, which now will be capable of being done entirely by computers at a speed and a direction of which is difficult for governments to predict and therefore have the social net and retraining follow. And the third area is intellectual property, and it's one that I worry about a great deal, working as we do with the content communities. AI is driven by the study of big data models. That means that it is better to the extent that it can swallow up and analyze everything. But that then starts to take intellectual property in ways that sometimes can't be predicted, solved for, and saved. And that is an inherently dangerous and troublesome aspect. So I think you'll see governments start to regulate, to get back to your question, Mike, in all 3 of those areas. The problem is that government processes are maybe the antithesis of artificial intelligence. If you look at the United States, some may question if there's any intelligence behind the system at all. But they don't have the capacity to sort through actual data at high rates of speed. In fact, they're often bewildered by it entirely. And so regulation is chasing a man running down a hill and tends to be behind, and I think will always be behind. Without that mediating between what individuals and business can accomplish and what society needs to have to remain stable is the challenge of regulation. And I don't think anywhere in the world's figured it out yet.
Mm-hmm. How do you see the regulatory environment coming down, Niccolo? And give us a little bit of the EU perspective.
Yeah.
Thank you. You speak better English than I do.
I would say that the 3 points that Rick raised are extremely valid, but I think we're missing one key ingredient to the recipe, which is the big companies in the world are basically going to be an oligopoly of the AI space unless they are regulated in some way. So we really need to take into account that those kinds of companies can take over the entire AI space for the market. And to go back to the previous question, I think that this might also like flatten a bit about the creativity of the people, because if everyone goes down using the same model, basically over the same 5 big AI models, they're going to have the same inherent biases, and if we use those data and we create stuff based on those models, those biases are going to be put into the world, and then those same, to go back to what Ari said, we are going to be spiraling down. So regulation has to be taken into account for the, like, how much leeway do you want to give companies to train models in a very, very wide different space. So I think that's one other thing that needs to be taken into account.
Ari, do you have any insight into how the European Union is going to be regulating this?
It's not really ready. They are, they're running behind, just like every other government agency on the world. But they are starting to put down some basic principles, especially related to privacy and analysis of personal data. And some of it's following up as addition from the GDPR regulations that we have here. But another one where they are actually already taking steps and preparing legislation is, in addition to the companies and et cetera, is limiting the applications of AI where it affects human lives. And so the first thing that everybody thinks of when it comes to that is military applications of AI. Where do you put the limits there? But there are other applications. There are, you can have AI in medical equipment. You can have AI in all kinds of equipment that has directly to do with human lives, airplanes, cars, etc. So how do you set up the limitations so that the AI does not start accidentally or deliberately harming human beings? And just so to be absolutely clear, especially for those of you who are freaked out about this, I have no worry about Skynet or AI or anything like that taking over the world. But we as humans, we can still build AI into tools that impact human lives and human well-being very directly, and that needs to be addressed, and the EU is preparing the first steps in that direction.
Is there a country in Europe that you three, and we might say the United States, that you just think are outstanding in this area, really the leaders, universities and startups in certain countries?
In terms of being able to develop AI? Yeah. So it's actually happening all over the place. It's amazing. So the United States is kind of the leader in this. They're the ones who developed the first really neural networks, the machine learning, the ability to digest this massive data. Google was at the forefront of that for a while. Now we see that they're actually falling behind, as often happens. But we are seeing in Europe amazing AI talent in Italy, in France, to a certain extent also in Germany. The Scandinavian countries are doing really interesting things. And then you have a lot of fantastic work being done in Eastern Europe. And maybe, one place to mention is Estonia, where they really have, the government is also involved in helping AI develop. going to the extent of allowing automated deliveries of food and other packages, as well as having in restricted areas people movers that are completely autonomous. And so there are some astounding pockets in Europe as well where this is really at the forefront of AI development.
Apparently the United States, according to the New York Times, is the leader in AI and autonomous cars and people making love in the car, therefore. It's the New York Times. It's not an alternative fact. Okay, I'm sure we're kind of getting close to time, right? Gabriel, wherever you are. But maybe Niccolo would take a moment and tell us all how to play with AI. I mean, we all should be experimenting with it. How does a person with only a bachelor's degree, unlike your many advanced degrees, how do I play with AI? How do I learn to actually use it?
Okay, so I would say that there are a great number of tools that you can use to do a fairly wide variety of different tasks. One that comes to mind is, well, ChatGPT, obviously. There is Midjourney, which are basically just machines where you ask it to do something that it's trained to do, and it does. You don't need to do anything fancy. You don't need to download any models, train any code. It's just a human interface. And I think that this is where the AI is really shining in this moment. Being a human-computer interface that is really, really easy for everyone to use. So how can you play? Just look for what you, like, search on Google or whatever is your search engine, your preferred search engine, for what you need to do, and any available tool on the internet, you're going to find something. And if there isn't, there is going to be in like 6 months.
Even LinkedIn posts, I notice, in the last few weeks have started to offer an AI alternative. I, of course, prefer my own writing. Okay, as we wrap up here, and we'll start with Rick and go down the row, and thank you all for your time today. Look into the future. I won't make you close your eyes. Look, or click your heels. That's a, oh, you know that reference. Good for you. Where is this going? What's going to be happening in 10 years? I mean, give me a big prediction for 10 years from now for AI, Rick.
Well, in the first place, it'll get integrated into aspects of life that we don't anticipate. It's being utilized now to clip live sports events so that without human intervention, you can edit for highlights. I'm not sure that 3 years before that was developed, anybody saw that as a possibility. And sports isn't generally thought of as the most technologically sophisticated part of life. But I think that goes to the bigger prediction that every part of life will be impacted by these tools. And I would also predict that the difficulties that we anticipate will become more severe and mutate into areas that we also did not see coming. And so government will play catch up, I think, indefinitely, which then empowers large companies to act as decision makers and really start to drive this forward. So I think that too is part of the future.
Niccolo, 10 years from now.
Yeah, I will say that, as I was mentioning at the beginning of the talk, if there is not a paradigm shift in the way that we train these models, we are not going to be, in 10 years, we're not going to be closer to AGI than we are right now. We are going to have extremely valuable tools, but they're just going to be that tools. And I think that AI is not going to make us extinct more than we are. So we should be worried about ourselves first, and then maybe worry about AI.
So I'm going to make a couple of predictions related. First, I think AI in about 10 years plus is going to be integrated, as Rick mentioned, into almost everything we do. And it's going to be particularly well integrated into everything where there are decisions are being made based on data. That's logistic, transportation, medical services, entertainment, just about every facet of life. Just about everything that we do is going to be influenced by AI optimizing, trying to help us do things as well as possible. So it's going to affect just about every job on the planet, every position that we have. And there are going to be a lot of changes. There are jobs that are essentially going to disappear. But, and here comes the second prediction, it's going to take a little bit of time. There's going to be a gap where governments have to step in and help us bridge the gap. But I'm not worried that there are going to be any fewer jobs after the AI revolution than before it. They're just going to be very, very different. And my hope, my sincere hope is that these will be jobs where we really can use our human capacity, creativity, communication, compassion, and all of these things. And then AI takes care of all the boring stuff.
Well, my AI says you guys have really helped us understand, and we thank you. And Gabriel, you want to take a couple questions? Okay. You can applaud. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
And we'll do one audience.
Okay, but that guy last year that asked like 5 questions, okay, you're not, in 5 years we'll let you ask another question.
He's moderating a panel, but you know.
Well, then he can ask all the questions he wants. Yeah. Nicholas? Stand up if you don't mind.
Thank you. One of the things that's really interesting in the space that we're working, which is Web3, is everything about empowering content creators and how we can find ways that user-generated content can have value. This seems to be in conflict with what AI can do. It seems that suddenly me, that I'm not an artist, I can start sort of creating things which I couldn't before. How does AI help or sort of put at a disadvantage this new creator economy?
I think I can start answering that. I would say that you can use those tools to create content. That's definitely legit content that you have created with the help of an AI that has been trained on some data done by someone else. So, in a sense, you are, unless you were going through those data yourself, you kind of picked different things without knowing that you were, but you picked different things from different items in the data set the model was trained on. So you definitely did generate some content. It's hard to tell what the value of the content is going to be if everyone starts doing that. So I think that is my assessment.
We were talking last night about the storyboarding process, specifically in the development of games, but it's true in the development of films, television, etc. For someone who does not have the capacity to express themselves in drawing, and to be able to go through and very fastly, inexpensively, quickly test a variety of different approaches to a scene, to a portion of the journey in a game, AI will really help that process. I come from a creative family. I cannot draw a straight line. It would be impossible for me to actually execute a storyboard for a concept. With AI, those who are of diminished capacity, such as myself, will find that those inadequacies are made up for by the machine itself, and that'll help us, I think, spread creativity in that sense, in the same way that one can't be a professional athlete, most of us, but with help and data, the capacity of the human body is actually increased as well.
Ari, you want to take a last word?
I wholeheartedly agree with my esteemed colleagues here, and I think that we will see that for a little bit of time, there will be a flurry of AI-generated content that is going to, blank out and sort of overpower a lot of other creative processes, including the mixed initiative processes where AI and humans are actually working together, which I think has a fantastic future, as Rick mentioned. But we've seen it before in history, many, many times, where artistic expressions kind of get drowned out by copycats and things like that. We've seen it in the paintings, when they all started looking the same, and then somebody comes and revolutionizes it, whether it's Impressionism or something else. We will see the same thing here. We will see a time where it stagnates a bit, and then we will see the humans jump in again and take over. So don't worry in the long term.
Grazie, grazie mille. Thank you,
Prego.
everybody.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mike. Incredible panel. Nicolo, thank you. Rick, thank you. Ari, thank you. Our next conversation is a conversation that actually will not be recorded. It will not be put online, and that was requested by both the moderator and the speaker on the panel. It's two friends of mine, one a new friend, one a very old friend, but old from how long that we've known each other. And he's French, so don't have him pick the wine at the restaurant unless you want to get embarrassed, but it's always the best wine. So I'd like to introduce to the stage, as soon as we get the chairs set up, Frank Nouriot, co-founder of Startup Weekend and co-founder of Electus. Also has an incredible place in Saint-Tropez, you pick. If you become friends with him, maybe he'll invite you. And Marcin Kirk, who is the CEO of Noble, incredible entrepreneur, has an amazing story. And again, this is not to be recorded. This is an off-the-record Chatham House rules. It's going to be a fun conversation. And
We'll deny it. Whatever we say, we deny it.
And I want to make sure you answer the question at the end, you know, Lamborghini or Alfa or Ferrari.
I don't want to offend people in the room.
Off to you guys.
All right. Sorry, I'm going to try to speak slowly. Buongiorno. I'm really, really excited today to talk to Marcin. I'm going to speak in Italian, Jesus. I have the unfair advantage of having seen thousands and thousands of founders between Startup Weekend, Startup America. I've seen very few who have gone from 0 to 100 million plus. I've seen even less at people like Marcin, who has been able to do it multiple times. The reason we didn't want this to be recorded is, one, we can swear, and two, we can talk about things that usually we don't talk about because this is Techtalia. It's a small group, it's like a family, it's about courage, and it's about curiosity. So let's have a little bit of courage. And you know, actually, real quick, who here is a founder? Can you raise your hand? Who's an entrepreneur? Can you raise your hand if you had an exit? Can you raise your hand if you're not sure what's next, but you're looking for your next idea? All right, cool. So these are the two things we're going to talk today about with you. You know, what has been your process, and if you've done that. Let me start with maybe asking you, can you introduce yourself? Like, what's your life, you know, summarized in 2 minutes? And I know
Well, that's the reason why we're not recording this, probably, right? No, not really. Well, I was born in Poland. I left a while ago. We still have a team in Poland now, so that's interesting. Although I feel like a tourist in my own country. Anyhow, I live in Santa Monica. I've been in the US for over 20-something years. Always been technology, enterprise sales, the most boring thing you're going to hear today. Started a company at some point. I worked early on at AWS when everybody was making fun of me, asking me if I'm selling books. No, I was not selling books at Amazon. I was building a cloud. I did a startup coming out of AWS. We sold the startup to Google. Then we spent incredibly boring 3 years at Google. And then we found another startup. So that's what we're running right now.
All right. So we're going to dive into that. So, well, let's start. We're going to skip the part where you were at AWS and everybody was making fun of you.
Not interesting.
And being like, are you selling books? No, I'm doing this cloud thing. And people would be like, what's the cloud? I imagine. Then somehow you woke up one day with your co-founder and you started Orbitera, which my understanding is like you guys were doing like billing and helping the whole cloud industry to have an infrastructure. I want to zoom into the part where one day you got a phone call or an email or met someone from Google who said, I want to buy you.
Sitting right there.
All right, there you go. Let's start here. And usually what happens when people have exits is everybody says two things. You have a lot of people who tell you congratulations, and then everybody expects you to be like super excited and super happy. My experience with friends is whenever you get acquired, you get depressed, and it feels like your baby is being like killed in front of your eyes, and you have to watch it for 3 years. Which one of these is like the closest to you? So let's start with how did that happen, and then if you can tell about. And we have time, we're.
Okay. Well, so just address the first question. When he showed up first, I told him to get lost. I got no interest. We had a nice dinner, though.
What was the pitch? Like, what did he tell you?
They were interested in us, missing some pieces here and there, and we had no interest at the point.
But was it an email? Like, did he come at the bar?
No, he came down to our interesting office in the back alley. Yeah. They showed up.
Some guy knock at your door and say, hey.
Well, they called first. That was nice. Yeah, so we had no interest. We felt like we're building something interesting, important, that's going to scale. And then, certain things happen. So I called him back. It's like, you still interested?
But can you talk about the certain things that happened? It was like co-founder happiness?
Yeah, I mean, we got a term sheet from someone else. The term sheet was not bad, but the acquire was not really exciting us at all.
And all of that was, 10 years ago, roughly?
2016. Yeah.
So you were like 3 years, 4 years in your company at that point?
2 years. We took funding, so we're 12 months into seed.
Right. And so then you get acquired. And how does that happen? Like the next day you have Google T-shirts, and it's like
no, we got the hats
the movie
with the the entire thing. That was interesting, actually. I think the more interesting part was really the process of selling the company.
Can you talk about that?
Yeah, sure. So we got the term sheet that had 7-day, timeline, and we sat down and we all just thought that there's no way in hell we're gonna sell to this company, and what can we produce to actually make it more interesting? Because we felt like the baby will be killed before we even get there. So yeah, there was no go for us. So I called Kit. Kit said that he's interesting. We showed up one day. I told him we have 7 days. He said there's no way in hell. Nobody makes those decisions. And a week later, on Monday, Google M&A guy showed up in our office at 5 p.m. with the paper. And then we were excited about the paper, and then we had a couple drinks, and I called him if he's still at his hotel, and he was, and I met with him at 10 p.m., and I said, this paper is not interesting. So yeah, that was a very interesting week. I don't think Google ever done anything like that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Nobody believed this was going to happen, but we made it happen. It was really about generating the opportunity, clicking with a couple people, learning the process. Although one of them, no longer there, fell asleep in the middle of our meeting. And then Kid came out and he said, "No, that was great." I'm like, "Which part? When he was sleeping?" But we got a recommendation, so that was good.
That's awesome. And I'm just curious, was it true the 7 days? Yeah. All right.
Monday to Monday.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So now you signed with, I don't want to say the devil, because Google is not evil, obviously. So you signed the paper.
No, not at all.
You signed the paper, and then what happened? Was it the next day you moved out of your home and moved as soon as you get acquired, what was I would say the first 3 months? And was it first of all, did you have any surprise? How did that, one day you wake up and you have your bank account, I guess, with a bunch of zeros on it. Now you're at Google, did anything flip in your mind, or was it just normal journey for you?
A couple things, right? So for those of you that exited, I'm sure everybody's got a different story, different process. Google is not evil, and I'll tell you in a minute why, but I think every M&A department's got some interesting ideas on how they do things, so, you gotta watch them. There are 2 term sheets. The second one is more interesting. You forget what you negotiated. Doesn't really matter what you negotiated. So a lot of things in there, especially with Google. We had one issue. So we're in the process of starting to raise Series A. We completely messed up the architecture of the software. There was no way it was scaling what we were doing at the time, but there was absolutely no way in hell it would scale for Google. So we told them that. That wasn't too smart, but I guess it worked out at the end of the day. And they basically told us they're going to stand up a team, product team, and rewrite the entire thing. And I was looking at it, I was like, okay, great, sure. And then we show up the first day, and then the team is there. The team was there, ready to go, which is really amazing. The second part, which was also very surprising to me, our M&A process, we had too many crazy contracts, I guess. Our M&A process definitely ran longer than we expected. And we ran out of money in the middle of that. I'm sure that if it was Oracle, they would definitely take advantage of that, no question. Google didn't. They put money in our bank account. They allow us to run. Non-issue. So I can vouch for that.
That's amazing.
There are different people there now, few from Oracle, so I don't know how it works anymore. And
so you, again, like I don't have any official statistics, but the one I've seen was to say 90% of startup and M&A failed. At a broader scale, whenever you look at M&A, 75% of them failed. Like looking back now, but you're a couple of years after, like, well, first of all, like, is any of what you guys did still exist at Google? And would you call it a success, you know, from your point of view? And
let me put it this way. We overachieved on every single objective for the board. Wow. Could have been better? Yeah, of course. I mean, there's always dynamic, right? The executives that championed the acquisition left, which is also kind of funny part because during the negotiation, I wanted to say that we will be reporting to Diane Green. I hope everybody knows, or most of you know, who Diane Green is, one of the co-founders of VMware, and very known in the industry. Actually, her husband was a co-founder, right? She was not. Okay. Anyhow, she was a CEO of VMware for a long time. And then she showed up at Google, and that was, I think, year one? Year one. So I wanted to put her name on the paper, and they laughed at me. It's like, oh, Diana's never leaving. She just got here. She's not leaving. And then a year later, she was gone. So don't listen to people when they advise you on that type of stuff.
So again, like I really want you guys to understand that the person next to me is statistically extremely rare. To go from an idea to, like, again, 100 million roughly of value, it's 6 chances out of 1 million. On top of that, as I was saying, you have 90%.
I'm Polish, yeah, I get it.
On top of that, you have 90% of M&A that failed, and you guys kind of succeed. Any advice you would give for anyone here in the room who's about to be acquired, like about what would be a thing you wish future you told you to get you ready for that process? There's any lesson learned into that, you know, that process?
I mean, I can give you a bunch of cliches that are true, of course. Like, you know, don't ever build a company to be sold. And that's a big bet, right, based on the statistic. But I think that's, you know, even more obvious for me in a second company. It's really focusing on the customer and doing the right thing, right?
But for the process itself, like, can you still focus on a customer when you were at Google, or it became like, oh, you have to talk to, you know, this department first?
Well, you have to talk to 20 lawyers, and they all look at each other. Nobody makes a decision. So finally, when you figure out that you can make that decision and convince the lawyers to go your direction, then, you know, everything gets easier. So you can, yeah, 100%. But I think, you know, being consistent. You know, you got the biggest problem in startup, as you know, is, you know, the ups are much higher and the lows are much lower, and exponentially lower than the ups, right? And it's really, really hard to deal with that for a normal person, because there are a bunch of people out there that love that stuff. I don't know. And it's even more difficult for employees to deal with that because, you know, most of your employees probably don't come from a startup, don't have this experience, don't understand how things work, right? So being able to manage the teams in a way that doesn't affect them I think is one of the most important.
How big was your team at the time of the acquisition?
I think we were about 30-something, 40-ish people, something like that.
Everybody did okay, or?
Well, some people we didn't want to do okay, so no, I'm kidding. Mostly everybody did okay. Google goes through a very interesting process. They spend a lot of time interviewing people, figuring out to level them coming into Google. Yeah. So, and then they basically put people into a couple of different buckets, right? One is full-time employee.
Was that process like a month, 3 months, or?
I think it was about a month, really, because we had a team in Romania. Then we brought them all to Germany for a couple of days. Then US, we had a couple of trips, I think, then a couple of conversations. So it took a while.
Okay. So again, I wanted to zoom first about this process that usually no one talks about. I suppose you get like 3 years or out, or was it like you had to stay there for 3 years?
I had 3 years, yeah.
So you do
I didn't have to stay, but
you wanted to, or yeah.
Well, there's the first 6 months where I wanted to make sure, so let me finish my previous thought, right? So you got people end up in different buckets, some of them right away coming in as full-time employees. There are people that are coming in for, let's say, a year contract. And there are people on a very short list that even get 2-week contracts or a month contract, right? So my goal was coming in to make sure that anybody who was on a contract got full-time job, set it up, make sure that we have clear direction. We find our home, because whatever they say initially, it's like there are many people at Google that help you with acquisition, and they all disappear. Okay. Except that one guy.
So it looks like the lesson learned is choose the company who acquires you, right? It's like Google was okay, but Oracle was a fuck you over, and you'd be like,
There was a chance of that, yeah.
So again, so you do this thing, and then you go out of Google. You've been to, first Amazon, big company, then you launch your stuff, Orbitra, amazing story. You guys raise money, you guys get acquired. You go back to a big company. Now your bank account feels better, and now, like, what do? You go on holidays for a year, and you're like, I'm never going to do a startup ever again? Like, what was your state of mind at that time? Or you were like, right away, you're like, I'm going to launch something else right now, I've got some ideas?
Working at Google is a holiday.
Working
at Google is a holiday with free food. Yeah, it's like all-inclusive.
I see. So you had 3 years of holidays, and then after that, you were eager to launch something else?
I mean, it was definitely economically smart to stay there for 3 years, let's put it that way.
And so when did Noble 9 happen? Like your new company and your new startup? What was the...
So my biggest issue was, like I said, I was at AWS early on. I think AWS was producing about $30 million in revenue. What is it now? 30 billion, 40?
A little bit more, yeah.
Yeah, so the entire AWS team fit in one room. That was the case. So, it was cool, right? We were building something, but at some point you turn around, you look at it, it's just a bunch of virtual machines running on a hypervisor managed by something efficient. Of course, AWS is not that anymore, right? A little more complex than that. But, in 2016, that's kind of where we were. And we show up at Google, and that was interesting to us. Google was definitely ahead of AWS from a technology perspective. Right? And I think in the modern technologies, they are still ahead of AWS. So for me, the question was really, we know what Cloud V1 is, but what's going to become Cloud V2, right? And Kit, just give him some credit, one of the people that made Kubernetes successful and won the battle. That's what we're waiting for, just to see if Kubernetes really makes it.
You see, when I ask you a question about what was your process to find the next idea, it doesn't seem you had any of that. You're just like, I just like building, infrastructure. I just like to figure it out. It just never stops, right? And you're like,
a couple things, right? Like I knew I'm not staying there. There's no question. I need a little bit of a breather. I need to take care of some people. So I gave myself about a year without really thinking about those things. No question. And like I said, I knew the technology is there. Now the question is, which is going to be the right technology? What's really going to resonate? What's going to be interesting in, microservices, the new V2 type of cloud? And then that's when we start searching for things. That's really it.
Okay. And so I know we have like 3 minutes or something like that, I think, left. Yeah, that's fine. So again, and now you start your new amazing story. You guys, have assembled a team. Like, I guess you brought a couple of people you worked with from Google, a couple of friends.
Not really. Nobody wanted to work with us. No, they got nice salaries, a lot of stock. Nobody's joining us. Kit was the only crazy one.
You're spoiled. But you assembled your team. I know when we talked before, you said that, oh, I'm going to take a lesson learned about the culture, and I'm going to change the culture of a company, and I'm going to readapt. Like, if you can just real quick, and this way after that we can open up to Q&A. But like, you're starting again. You've got this energy. You've got this vision. You might have a bunch of lessons learned that you are applying right now. Like, can you tell us about what was a good lesson and what was maybe mistakes you've made? Because I feel like you learn more from mistakes.
Yeah, and then you go and you start a new thing and you make different mistakes and you still learn. Like, that's interesting process. But to be honest with you, I cannot give enough credit to Jeff Bezos, Andy Jassy, AWS, and Amazon in general. The culture amazing. Some people hate it because they think it's too much of a strong culture. I think Google's on the other side, of course, right? But some kind of balance between those culture, to me, that became very obvious. That's how we need to run our teams and apply a lot of that, right? Because I think one of the biggest mistakes we made, and we were remote before remote was cool and interesting. I didn't spend enough time with our remote teams, like our Romania team. They didn't necessarily feel being part of the company, and that was my biggest issue for the longest time. So, definitely focusing on culture, spending more time with those teams. As a matter of fact, I'm going to our Polish office after this.
What kind of culture are you going to go to? Are you going to go full Amazon or full Google or your own, like in between? Like, is it?
You gotta be between. You gotta pick the right things from each culture. But the important thing is the strength of that culture that drives the employees. Especially in a startup, nobody has time to manage anyone. Let's be honest here, right?
Okay. And so before we open to Q&A, just as a conclusion, do you have fun? Like, are you having fun during all of that right now? Is it like, do you feel it's a curse, or do you feel like it's the best time of your life to keep building these things when you could do pretty much anything you want, including driving fast cars, it seems, but
some of that. We're going to Sardinia later, but different story. Yes, but the interesting part is, kind of answering your previous question, different set of challenges, different culture, different people. You're hiring people from different generation. They have different needs. Sometimes they don't want to work, which is a different story. But I think for me, it's about learning. If I stop learning, stop solving problems. I think Andreessen said that, right? I love running startups, or I love being a CEO of a startup. I sleep like a baby. I wake up every couple hours and cry. This is kind of what I like. I don't know.
Well, next time you should dress in black leather. But thank you so much. That's a great embodiment, guys, of curiosity and courage. Do we have a little bit of time for a couple of Q&A? All right, I'll let you choose who gets the mic. Oh, yeah. Do you have a mic or? It's very.
There you go.
Okay.
Human mic.
Tell us a little bit about your attitude towards angel investing, and more broadly, for a number of people in the room, how the heck do you raise money when you're a pre-seed company?
In a cafe on a piece of napkin.
Say again?
In a cafe on a piece of napkin, just sketch it up for people and see which ones go for it. Well, we had the benefit of previous exit to Google, so that was easier. But
how about your own attitude towards angel investing?
I do some angel investing, yes, but I'm kind of torn. It's small amounts because you can't go big on this, and the chance of a company becoming meaningful to you at some point is kind of iffy. So it's I think to me it's more entertaining than really building type of approach.
When you sign a check, you do it for what? Because of the team, because of a product, or?
It's almost 100% the team. I mean, there needs to be a product and idea that makes sense, but of course. I sign a piece of paper I cannot disclose.
Is it more than $1?
Well, if you Google it, it's gonna say over 100 million, but.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, any last questions or we're done? Well, thank you very much, Marcin. Like, really an honor to.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Frank. Thank you so much, Marcin. We have to trade a lot of the glorious founder stories later. The question that I really dislike the most is, what's next? What are you working on next? Like, great, you've sold something, what are you working on? And it's usually in the first sentence after you say, oh, I sold so-and-so. The other question, which is a good question that you should always ask, which I don't know if we asked, is, how much did you sell it for? Some people like to say what they did, some people don't. But it's always a fun question to ask, and I do it, and I never know how to do it. I'm kind of like, oh, so is it enough to do this? Is it enough to do that? I don't know. It's a controversial question, but it's always fun to ask. The next panel is actually made up entirely of founders that are now VCs. And it's, why did they cross the valley from founders to VCs? They went to the dark side, as we say. So I'd like to introduce, from founders to funders, the four panelists, our moderator, Andrea. We have Vadim from Geek Ventures, Masha from Day One Ventures, who is actually a sponsor, and Federico Dubini from Inia Capital, who's a sponsor as well. All hailing from different parts of the world, running their funds also from different parts of the world, and it's going to be a really fun conversation of how the transition happened, and I really hope you ask some great questions. Take it away.
Cool. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Andrea. I will be moderating. I will not do as good of a job as the previous moderators, but and no, the Yankees are not sponsoring the talk. So first of all, you know, what everyone is going to ask, is going to think about this. What propelled you guys? And if you want to talk a little bit about your background before, maybe just short sentences about what you've done in the past and how you got to this point in your life as a funder, as an investor.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, you can start, Vadim.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, my name is Vadim. So I've been running startups, I mean, since I've been a student, right, like for more than 14, 15 years so far. And, but I always wanted to spend maybe like up to 20% of my time to do some occasional small angel investments, to mentor startups, because I was also excited to see what's out there, right? And maybe like to look at my company from different perspectives and help other founders with my experience. And that's how so I'm originally from Ukraine, so I built one of the first startup accelerators in Ukraine back in 2012. So it was before I moved to the US. And then, so I'm currently actually doing both. I'm running my own a company that is doing real AI, and we've been doing AI for 7 years when it was not as sexy and as popular as it is today. And at the same time, I'm a partner at Geek Ventures, and we, together with my friend Ihar, we raised $23 million to support immigrant founders focused on the US market. And the mission is to build the most founder-friendly VC, like the VC that I lack, the VC that I didn't have when I was starting my own company like 12 or like 14 years ago.
And we'll talk about founders-friendly funding.
Of course, that's very
we'll have a conversation about that.
Yeah.
And you, Masha?
I run Day One Ventures that I started almost 6 years ago. It's a fund that invests in companies and spearheads their communications. And in the past, I started 2 companies in marketing and communication space, and also had a privilege and luck working with more than 30 unicorn founders in their early stages, from inception until they went public or got acquired. And was just this experience helped me to understand how great founders look like, and I wanted to do it in the most aligned way, and at the same time found a niche in venture ecosystems that was quite unique and that no one has been covering. VC that provides value add with PR and communications, which is very essential as you scale the company, and kind of a combination, finding great community, having opportunity to work with the best founders, building 2 businesses before, helped me to create Dayvan Ventures.
Thank you. And Federico?
Grazie. I'm Federico. I run Enea Capital. I'm a builder. I built a couple of companies. I built a currency when I was in elementary school, but I always felt wrong in Italy doing so. So unfortunately, I'm very grateful for the country though. So I decided to move to the US, and when I landed in the US, I was fascinated about, again, curiosity and courage. I was fascinated about video. Everybody used to use Zoom already in 2014. In Italy, we learned with COVID what it was. So the curiosity made me ask what I can do with Zoom. How does the ecosystem change with Zoom? And I was particularly fascinated about the data component. How can I leverage the data and for what that are coming from Zoom? So I started a company that was capturing data from Zoom to help companies with HR. So hiring talent and actually managing talent. And I ended up providing HR for 21 unicorns since they were Series A. So I saw them becoming unicorns, and I realized that that company was an incredible funnel to meet all the fastest growing company in the Bay, and they also had private data that nobody else had, not even Sequoia and Andreessen, all the big names. So I started investing, and the common feedback that I received from all these very, very successful founders was that when you build your first company, you think that raising from the big names is your biggest dream. It's like going to Harvard. Once you have the big name in the round, you made it. But then you realize that at the big names, you don't speak with the founders of the fund. You don't speak with the partner, if not a couple of times during due diligence. You speak with analysts that don't have the courage and the curiosity that we are speaking about here, and they don't understand the ecosystem, the ideal customer persona, things like that. So they all told me 21 in a row, the best investors are other founders. And so that's why we built our fund.
That's great. And you know, Vadim touched upon a very interesting point, because we were chatting about this while we were in the other room, and it's what does it mean to be a founder that is an investor that is founder friendly? So what do you consider a founder friendly investor?
Yeah, that's a great topic. I think it's a very trendy term now, and every second VC thinks that they are founder friendly. However, very often it doesn't make any sense, because for me, founder friendly, it's not when you as a VC help your founders when things are going well. It's when you're helping your founders when everything is going bad, and with startups it happens all the time. So, and very few VCs can really help a founder when something is going not as expected, because that's not how their mindset is set up, and they just always try to focus on the quick winners without actually doing a more job and the hardest part of the job to help the others. And one of the reasons is, I think, because usually VCs they just never build their own startups. They don't understand all the tears, sweat, blood, and all that is involved when you build your own company. And that's why they don't understand that you always go through these ups and downs. So I think that's why people who built the companies before they started to invest, I think they have more chances to build really founder-friendly VC. Yeah.
And do you think you have to be, we will define later what a successful investment is, what a successful build is. But do you think you have to be a successful founder, or is it enough to be a founder before an investor, even if your company didn't make it, but you learned the lessons in hard way?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question, what does success mean, but I think definitely at least scaling the company to Series A and beyond through at least 3-4 funding rounds, and like maybe to some kind of exit, right? But I think it's not very important what kind of exit or what the size of the exit, but like that you've seen this all, right? Or the life cycle, yeah.
And you all actually had exits. So what do you think about this this idea of founder-friendly investors? How do you see that? Do you see yourself as being an investor that is very hands-on? So for example, on our side, we run a venture studio. So we are building businesses and investing in businesses at the same time. So are you very hands-on type of investor? Do you kind of guide your portfolio companies, or you tend to stay a little bit farther away?
I think when it comes to like founder friendly, I'm more like the word useful and something practical. I think in many cases you can help founders quite a bit. I think I started in VC in 2010, and at the time it was like my first job after building my company, and I was just like having so many ideas and so many introductions and so much volume of work. And from that time, it's been more than 13 years at this point since I first worked in VC. I think I just understood that the best help when you could listen to the founders and not give them like solutions or decisions, because if you give them, it's not necessarily authentic for the specific company, and it's very often you come up with cases without understanding full context, and in many cases the best is just like being there, present, listening, and maybe point them out on good decisions that they just already have in their head. In terms of being friendly or useful, I do believe you cannot help founders with all kinds of things, even if you build previous company. For example, you build previous company, maybe your strengths in technology, but you didn't figure out marketing. I don't believe you can help with everything. I also don't believe that funds will do a good job are helping generalist funds that just like help you with everything could do a good job. I do believe that they can actually help if they have experience, platform, time, and internal processes. I think about what we do is our own product. So we have our process to the way how we provide value. We have a separate team. We have separate network that's just dedicated to providing this value. And while all funds helping founders with like strategy, fundraising, introductions, I think we're at the point when just doing this stuff is not enough. And I much more believe in specialized funds run by operators that provide particular value in particular niche which they understand best on the market. I like to think about PR and communications value adds that we provide for founders as not just that they get it for free, but I do want them to know that there is no vendor, there is like no one they can go on the market that they can buy these services from, right?
Yeah.
It should be better than anything they would get even if they paid for it.
Yeah.
Then it makes sense. It's like something unique and something like significantly and clearly better, and I think as a side effect it drives the best founders. For example, in day one we backed some founders like Sam Altman, we backed with his new company, we backed Netflix co-founder, we backed probably another like over maybe like 15 unicorn founders, and the question is like, why would they take our money on seed stage? Because they have enough assets and they just need this help, and not just help but also a work. And I do believe that's an advantage, and that's something that can justify selling equity for a very cheap price on very early stage where we operate.
That's great. And what do you think, Federico?
I think that you need to believe in the founder, so for sure you don't want to do his job, but at the same time you need to understand what is important at the company and at the stage where the company is, right? So for example, on the 0 to 1, what is important is to hack product and go to market. So you can help the founder with engineers, other founders that hack growth in the same industry, sold to the same ideal customer persona, want the part of the journey. And the 1 to 10 maybe is more important to understand how do you build economic machines that are reliable, scalable, replicable. So it's very important to understand the stage of the founder. And also, I think that the beauty of fund managers that have been founders before is that founders hang out with other founders. So it's not only about your personal experience, what you did in your company before starting your fund, but also the fact that you probably know decades of other founders. So I can actually put you in contact with the engineers that are expert in that field, with the founders that is expert in that field. There is a community around you, right? So I think that's crucial for sure. And again, you need to believe in the founder and invest in founders that would like to walk through walls to make things done. But that's the support of the network that you can give to them.
That's great. One of the things that I wanted to also touch upon is diversity. You know, Masha just said before that she started this in 2010. You know, she started investing in the VC space. So, what do you think is important when it comes to having a diverse type of portfolio, what type of sectors, geographies, and do you want to call yourself a diverse investor just for the sake of it, or just also because you want to distribute the opportunities in a bit wider way? Because from what I see outside, sometimes it seems like deal flow is very concentrated and it's very much for the Bay Area boys, and then everyone else outside in the world is it's a bit cut out, and having allocations in those places is difficult. So, how was it for you to, as a woman investor, entering a space where it's predominantly white men? How did that feel? And then also, how much is important diversity in your general thesis of investments on all the three of you? For the three of you.
I think in the beginning it just didn't really feel any struggle by being female investor, and I think it's even like defining female or male, like
exactly.
I rarely get the introduction, hey, like introducing you to this male founder of this company. But if you look at the industry, it's definitely it's not very diverse, and it struggles with it. And if we look at like our latest fund, we actually have 62% of capital that went into founders which are female or POC. It's and we still have 36% IRR despite of like quite tough market and the 8 unicorns that we backed earlier. I think it's never been like by design. It just came as a natural continuation of our search for the best talent, and probably being like less biased. I think 2 things that really help. One is like I have exceptionally diverse team. They're like most of them Americans, but I think almost all of them are second or first generation immigrants from absolutely different places, and we all like very different. And second thing is just I do think in terms of diversity in the sectors, it doesn't have to be, I mean, there are like different strategies, right? We invest in like 6 main sectors and some funds focused on one sector. I think there is a lot of leverage and opportunity being focused on one sector, but if you think about your founder base, the only way to build really resilient and special deal flow is actually being, having diverse set of the founders. And one of the things I noticed over the last like 12, 18 months, most of the companies that becomes break-even is actually companies ran by female or POC founders. And I think in some ways, it's kind of like a side effect of them understanding, well, it's probably like I have less chances that founders with more traditional backgrounds, so they just do their best to make sure that their companies succeed. And I think in crisis and downtime, diverse portfolio is more resilient because people with different backgrounds and unprivileged backgrounds doing better job maintaining company in crisis because they take it as a kind of like last chance.
Yeah, I agree. Your take?
Yeah. So as for us, our thesis is built around immigrant founders. For us, immigrant founders, it means that people who are not born in the US but focused on that market, and we act as a bridge for them to kind of help them to get access to network of investors much faster than if they would just relocate and build it using conventional methods. And this thesis is built around, like first of all, my personal and my friends' personal kind of background, because we are both immigrants, and at the same time, it's also related to the fact that I don't remember the statistics, but like the major part of unicorns was built, like in the US, was built by immigrants or by first or second generation of immigrants. So it's not a secret, we tend to observe that immigrant founders, they're usually more coachable. And for us, coachability is probably one of the main things, because we invest very, very early. It's like pre-seed or early seed. And we look at founders, right? Like, of course, we look at total addressable market, but first of all, it's founders, and coachability, it's the main thing. And for me, it's like a balance between listening to investor and doing everything that he says, which is totally wrong, or being really kind of playing defense all the time and not listening at all. So there is, and when there is a balance, you understand that you can be a partner for this founder. And with immigrants, we just tend to see it more often.
It's very interesting that you three all kind of moved to the Bay Area? Like that's
to New York.
To New York. Okay, but you had to go to the States to. Okay, that's interesting. But what's your point?
I think that it's very important to understand what diversity means, right? It happened to me in the past that, for example, I was invited to join a board, but then I was a man, and there were no spots for men anymore, and a person that comes from a very wealthy family, top university, paid by the family, joined the board. I paid university on my own. I started my company when my family started a company in the field where I did, and things like that. So is that diversity? Is that not diversity? I don't know. I think that you need to optimize for talent. And probably a priori, you need to build an ecosystem that allows people to arrive with the same rights to choose what they want to do. But you need to optimize for talent. But I also want to say that people that went through difficulties often have the best talent. So we see the same with immigrants. If you went through walls to get things done, if you went to the US, you tried to get a visa, you went against your school system to get to the US, you went against your parents, everybody in your country to move, probably you have the same spirit to do what it takes to take a company forward. So for sure, people with the more difficult background, I think that they have the best spirit of an entrepreneur. So it's important to see that and support that. And that's actually another area where I think that fund managers that have been founders are better, because most of the founders are immigrant. They understand this, they have this background, while I saw that many historical, very famous fund managers that have just a finance background, they tend to look for keywords, and immigrants would not know those keywords. I saw many funds invest in companies just because they knew exactly the keywords and the metrics related to any keywords, and then they were terrible companies. And other fund managers that have a founder experience, that understand really the context and the concept and not the keywords, and avoided many FTX of the world.
Yeah. Very good point.
And there are memes about this and jokes about this.
I hate FTX because I was really bad burned. But let's not talk about that. But in general, if you could summarize a superpower that you guys have, like what is your top quality, and are you looking for that as a person? Are you looking for that specific quality? Are you trying to find it mirrored in the founders that you're working with? Do you like to see work with people that have similar attitudes? And I'm curious about that, because that's something that I always try to look for whenever we're working with people. Not exactly the same quality, but something that's complementary on our side. So, like, what do you guys think? Let's start with Masha.
As we started the company, we called it Day One Ventures, and it was called after Day One company that Jeff Bezos wrote about more than 20 years ago. I met Jeff, he inspired me. I was like tapping into culture of a company, massive company he created, and customer obsession was one of these criteria, and this is something that we've been historically learning and looking at. And you can really understand it by the way how founders speaks about what they do. And there are like all kinds of great motivation to build a company, but we believe that customer obsession at the core of the country is really important. And the second thing is like more recent. One of the best founders I worked with have the following qualities. They able to intuitively find the most important thing at any point of time that they have to focus on. And it's very important. It's not 2 important things. It's not 10 important things. It's not 20. It's just one. And then they focus their like full attention on this one thing and just keep doing it until it's done, right? And then they switch the focus. I learned a lot from this, and I learned a lot from observing founders that operate like that. And I think it's extremely important if you're shooting to build like really massive company.
What's your opinion?
I think, if I would pick one thing, it's probably speed and speed of experimentation, right? Because lots of founders, they talk, and like the week passes by, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and they talk, and you don't see any, like what's happening. Like, they don't ship the features, they don't ship the updates, they don't talk to customers, because because it starts from self-discipline. Well, 90% of founders, they don't send updates to investors. What are we talking about? I mean, they don't do their homework. They don't do some very simple things, right? So if you talk, even if you talk about speed of experimentation, it sounds very, very obvious. But yes, not like very few founders really can maintain and run experiments every week. So basically, or every 2 weeks, so they send like ENPS survey. They ask their customers what they think. Then they implement, they change something in the product, then they do it again, and it happens consistently. It's very rare.
And so how do you balance with perfectionism though? Like people say, it has to be perfect. I want to see it perfect.
When you run early stage startup, I mean, perfectionism is an enemy. It will kill a startup. I mean, totally not.
I think that I like to be a generalist. And I think that's something that in Silicon Valley you cannot see a lot. People are very specific, which is actually also the power of Silicon Valley. But when I invest, I always try to help to give a general picture, understanding the supply chain behind any context, right? So again, not keywords, but what does it mean? What are the obstacles? What is the infrastructure layers that allows this technology to happen? What it blocks you? How does the entire ecosystem change? What are the best people to solve all these problems? Where sometimes if you're too specific, you're the best one in the world to solve that problem, but sometimes you don't see what's happening on the side. Yes, so that's what I try to bring to the table. And I think that is one of the value. And then execution. I completely agree. A lot of people, they just try to find perfection, but they never act. But I think that it's important to get things done and see how the market reacts and get feedback from the market with data and without philosophy.
Generalist is a very good word, actually, that, when you invest in people, do you look for specialized, they're very, very good at one thing, or do you prefer people that can kind of pivot? Because in the startup environment, when things, I don't want to say, I'm trying to rephrase this in a proper way. When things go bad, you have to be able to pivot. How do you see that type of ability from founder side? Is it important to you that maybe your investment was on thesis A and then you start going towards thesis Z? Are you still backing the founder, or are you going to be there for them? What's your approach towards pivoting and changing your business plan?
That's a good question. So, because we invest very early, we place our bets on founders and on the market in general. But even if they decide to change the market completely, we still believe that founders will figure it out. So many times we invested in founders that initially were building something on a very competitive market. Like something that like what they currently were building, we didn't like actually, but we liked the founders so much that we just internally decided that let's give them a shot, because they will eventually understand that probably they are gonna hit the walls. They will pivot. They will build something else. And a few times, I mean, because we only launched the fund less than 2 years ago, so not enough time already passed. But we already seen that this thesis started to work, because if you are a very coachable, fast-learning, agile founder, you will always understand when, and you'll have the right intuition, the right gut, the right, maybe also backed by experience, obviously, to understand when you need to pivot and how.
Please.
I think very often companies pivot, and however, I do like combination. I think it's been many times when we backed a company for founders, but I would say the biggest excitement and just like the biggest stories we had, it was like a combination of exceptional founder and really, really big market, or completely contrarian bet, completely new market, something that no one does and something that not everyone agree with. I think the best experiences I had was combination of exceptional founder and some new markets that like founders clearly go for. I think we had a few pivots, and of course we'll be supporting the people, and I think it's also a side effect and benefit of being able to be early investor, because it's completely different when you come on Series A, B, C. And you had to measure a lot the market, and if you're early investor, you probably can still have outsized returns, even if it's something else, even a market slightly smaller, or there are some changes in the environment. But I would still say, like, I think founders should probably like not go raise money until they like fully sold on the idea. And in this case, chances that they're going to pivot are fairly small.
I think that I completely agree with their combination is very important. We like number ones in their domain. We work with the number one employee at Starlink, the people that landed at Falcon 9 at SpaceX. Most of the times, the first 5 ideas that you hear from them when they're still at SpaceX or Palo Alto Networks or NVIDIA or these top companies that generate talent are terrible from a commercial perspective. So that's why it's important to have a combination of resources and skills and knowledge. And that's why the community I was speaking about before, it's important. That's why if you get money from a fund manager that is a founder and probably knows a lot of other founders, you can find complementarity, the complementarity we were talking about before.
Okay. Do we have questions from the audience? I think, thank you so much for responding to my boring questions. Please.
Like maybe good concept, good company, but a nightmare of a founder. Is it worth just persevering, figuring out, maybe you just close your eyes and you let him do his things, or you figure out how to set up guardrails for her? Like, how do you think about that now that you have experience and you've encountered a lot of this kind of personalities?
For me, if like a really uncoachable founder, first of all, or like really bad personality with bad judgment, is like red flag immediately. We won't even proceed, because it's better to have a coachable founder with the right judgment, right, with a terrible idea, than vice versa. Because all my mistakes that I made with my early angel investments were when ideas were great, they're still great, but the people were just totally not capable of, and also the founders just, the team broke apart, something changed, some founders started to, some founders, like there was one story when founders just decided to marry and not run a business, like all the kind of ugly things that happen, right?
Marriage is not ugly.
No, I mean, in a startup, I mean, right? So, and this is gonna, and that's why the ideas were great, and the markets were great, but the founders were not ready because of many reasons, yeah.
I think that idea don't matters. Founders are everything. I see a lot of founders on ideas that look ridiculous if you have somebody else telling you, and they go public, and founders with revolutionizing ideas that they get stuck very early, they don't do anything, right? So I think that founders are really the core along the entire story and journey. They are very good. Founders are important for the company. They can be good investors, and they also like to leave this thought about how in venture capital you cannot play a game of AUMs, right? So we saw a lot of important funds raise billions of dollars and then failing and having terrible returns. In my opinion, the solution to avoid that and to win venture capital is to own this founders community, and then you can also build multiple products around them. So you back them when they're still at school, still at their companies, then you invest in their company, first, second, third company, they invest on your behalf, they become your scouts of new companies, and then you become a portfolio manager for them, an asset manager for them, right? So I really believe that the founder in the VC ecosystem should be the core from A to Z.
But one thing before maybe Masha responds, I would also add, today we talked a lot about founders, but it's also important the team that you have around the founder, right? So there's a massive difference. You can have a brilliant founder, but if the team around is not supporting and it's not able to execute as fast or to just iterate and follow the vision, it's going to be a problem. So you can have brilliant founders, but if you...
A founder, if he doesn't know how to attract brilliant people, is not
brilliant. Team is the reflection of the founder. It's the function of the founder, I mean, basically.
True.
So if the team is bad and the founder is much more professional, then he's not the right guy, because he cannot hire people who are better than him in certain markets, certain areas. Yeah.
I think if ideas good, founders are not great, we look for different team. And sometimes like we would invest in later stage if we really like the theme, but founder is not great. And I think it could be a signal to look for other companies competing with this one. I think every time we back a company, I try to understand if it's someone I want to do business for the next 10, 20 years.
Yes.
And if answer is no, it's great, we just move on to another opportunity. And I think the further you work on VCs, the more it's about like saying no and focusing on very small amount of opportunities that would be totally exceptional. That's a difference from any other industries.
I agree. Other questions?
Yeah, I've got a question here. I think initially probably for Federico and then for the wider panel. I'm a founder and now a funder, and we invest a lot in the US, but also all across Europe and elsewhere, sometimes India and so on. You guys are all Europeans of one type or another, I think all in the US now. No? I mean, the first question for Federico, this is Techtalia. You know, how do you ever invest in Italy? Do you think there's the beginnings of an ecosystem here? How do we get that going? And then for the wider panel, what's your view on the European tech scene now? Are you guys investing in Europe? A lot of developers here. There's been a lot of unicorns out of UK, Sweden, a few from Germany, and so on.
We got one in Italy too.
We got one in Italy, yeah. We got in games. We got 505 Games, which is almost there. There's some great success, right?
Yeah.
How do you think about all that?
It's a tough question. With my co-founder of the fund, that is another Italian guy in San Francisco, way more important than me. We always say that Italy invests in Silicon Valley less than Ghana, and we have less unicorn than Nigeria. With total respect for both countries, but in terms of GDP production,
by the way,
there is a big misproportion for a number of reasons. I think the critical mass is for sure a topic. All the successful companies that did well in Italy, even in the past, without speaking about tech company, if you speak about fashion, manufacturing, design, they have a global market. So I think that if I see companies in Italy that can approach a global market, totally. We have a couple of Italian companies in the portfolio. And again, I like to see those people that wants to walk through walls. And sometimes if you find people starting things in a country where it's not for granted, maybe that is a good signal of personality. However, the ecosystem is also important too. Generally speaking, unfortunately, people in California, if they go all the way down to California, even if they come from this less lucky country in tech, it means they really want to make it happen. You want to ask yourself, if you do fashion, you need to be in Milan or in Paris. You don't go to Potenza or Sicily, unfortunately.
Sicily is great.
Yeah, Sicily is incredible. Not for fashion, unfortunately. So,
Go, please.
Why? Or you don't even go to, I don't know, United States for that reason. Why you're starting a tech company, you're not going the #1 place to start a tech company, and why you're starting a fashion company, you're not going to the #1 place of starting a fashion company. Probably it's not your priority. However, I hope that the ecosystem in Italy change, and I'm here for that because I like to contribute to that. But it's a tough question.
I think the question is like, does like country or population really wants it and needs it, and tech is like very popular, but it doesn't mean like everyone should be doing tech everywhere. And there are like lots of businesses outside of tech that are doing something useful or beautiful. I think one thing is just like missing in some European places which are great to live is culture of building the company. It has to do with like work ethics and intensity and focus and dedicating to the life. And I think the easiest way to do it is to having this culture be brought. And I think when lots of Silicon Valley companies scaling outside of US, they look for new places to open second office, and it's an amazing place. And I think what you can offer is most of all is like regulation and maybe like some great economic terms and just ease of the process when you need to open office. I think the way to inject more of this culture would be bringing a few very quickly scaling mid-sized companies, making them open second or third office in your country in one of the cities, and ideally like having them in one place so they can produce some talent who would stay here and be producing new companies. I think at this point it's about it.
Like from my standpoint, yeah, we invest in European founders mostly. Actually, the vast majority of our founders are European, who are focused on the US market, but still have teams, especially development teams, entirely in Europe. 9 companies were founded by Ukrainian founders out of 37 that we have now. And in terms of your question about Europe, as a founder who also kind of raised money in Europe, I know that one of the biggest problem in Europe is that it's very fragmented, and French VCs want to invest in you if you have presence in France, with the same related to Germany, the same to Scandinavia, the same to, I mean, I never met an Italian VC, so not probably that's the first one, right? But probably the same thing, right? So it severely limits the potential to invest, because when I was offered to open an office in France to receive money from a French VC, I would think, like, why do I need this, right? And why do I need to employ people in France, etc., if I can employ them where I need them? Right? So this is the main obstacle, I think. As soon as you, and I understand why, because a lot of government money was poured into VCs. I understand all the restrictions, right? All the strings attached. But I think as soon as this will be somehow solved, Europe, in terms of like VC funding and number of successes, will grow tremendously.
Yeah. Unpopular opinion, I'll also chip in this. Like, there's also a reality in which we're kind of destroying geographical borders. So, like, talking about an Italian company or European company makes less sense, because now you're building on open source software, you have Web3, that it's completely eradicating all sorts of limits in that sense. So just knowing that you're building global from day one, and you can have your product and use your product everywhere in the world, and it's not limited to just that country. I think funding is changing. Ways that people are getting money is changing, and geographical borders are making less and less sense. I think we ran out of time. Yes, very much so. Thank you so much. Thank you to our panelists.
Thank you,
guys.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for moderating, Vadim, Masha, and Federico. Really appreciated that conversation. Make sure you talk with them if you have any ideas, but also to really understand the process of going from being a founder to investing in companies, or even being a founder that is also an investor as well. The next panel is pretty near and dear to my heart, as somebody who has founded video game companies before, and actually sold a company to Animoca Brands, which two of the founders that are speaking today have investments from them. So I'd like to introduce the next panel on Web3 and gaming. We have Nicholas from Arjuna Network. Nicholas is also a sponsor. We have Benjamin from Darewise, Kayatilov, and from Lava Labs, and we have David Long, who's a VC. And I'm trying to get this presentation working for these slides, but take it away, guys.
Well, we have.
So hey, thank you everyone for being here. Let me quickly introduce everyone. So we have Kaya with us, right? So the founder and CEO of Lava Labs.
Thank you.
Graduated from Stanford. And you're building a faraway realm, right?
Correct.
Maybe a quick introduction about yourself.
Yeah, definitely. We are backed by Makers Fund, post-Series A, building Afar. We believe content will rule the world, and the next games have the potential to be social platforms. Blockchain or Web 2, we believe that ultimately the experience has to be fun, and the consumer doesn't really care what the game uses as an infrastructure.
Nice, thank you for being here. Benjamin is the CEO of Darewise, correct? Right? And you're building, you previously worked at Ubisoft as sort of the head of online strategy, right? And sort of worked a bit on Assassin's Creed. Thank you for being here. Maybe a quick intro about you.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. So Darewise Entertainment it's several things. It's a game technology company building technologies for the metaverse, so technology to facilitate the development and the operation of metaverse. projects, as well as a game studio. And now we have a third pillar because we're launching the first metaverse ecosystem on Bitcoin. We got acquired by Animoca Brands, the Web3 leader, in May 2022. And we're operating now from in London, Paris, and Barcelona.
You also wanted to be a fighter pilot, right? In your earlier days. So.
Oh, you know, I've had many passions for sure. I was actually I enrolled as a candidate in the Navy to be a pilot, but they didn't want me in the end. So
Probably
that's why I'm here.
And we also have David with us, who's the principal at CVVC, right,
Yes.
for investments.
Yep.
Maybe you can give also an introduction.
Absolutely. Well, as you said, I'm David Long. I'm Global Head of Investments at CVVC. CVVC is a Web3 focused venture capital firm headquartered in Zug, Switzerland. We have offices in Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Berlin, Portugal, and Cape Town, South Africa. The reason that we were founded and launched in Switzerland is because with the introduction of the Blockchain Act in Switzerland, it created a very flexible framework to what the definition of a security was. And now where you see the introductions of legislation such as MiCA in Europe, which the US is watching very, very closely, it's really the country that broke ground on Web3 and crypto and everything associated with it. We're a pretty young firm, so we invest at early stage, so pre-seed up to Series A. But since we were launched in 2016, we've made close to 60 investments across 21 countries, 5 continents, and 12 different industries. So not gaming focused, very agnostic, but we're investing at the application layer of Web3 technologies.
Great, thank you for being here, all of you. Maybe a quick introduction about myself. I'm the co-founder of Ayuna Network, which is essentially a gaming chain built on the Polkadot ecosystem, also backed by Animoca Brands. Have always been interested in gaming, and sort of the past 4 or 5 years, I would say, spent my time on infrastructure, which was quite an adventure. To start the conversation off, I think I'll pick it up from last year. So last year we had at Techtalia, which was in Milan, the topic was what is the metaverse? And I wanted to just check and see sort of what has changed. So what is the metaverse to you?
I love this question. I guess it was a popular question or a popular topic last year and a bit less this year, right?
Yeah.
But so to us, the metaverse is more of a construct. It's a construct. It's an abstract concept that is not necessarily this virtual world that most of you picture as Ready Player One, or it's more this idea of a digital layer where you can have an existence, a meaningful existence. So you can take the forum, multiple forums. It can be Twitter can be part of your. There are so many anonymous people on Twitter, some who are very influential. And they live in a way in the metaverse. It can also be, 3D destination, 3D world. But what matters at the end for us is this idea of a meaningful social and economic life on this digital layer.
I think that's a great answer. Kaya, is the metaverse a game? Because it seems that a lot of time we keep putting these two concepts together, but games are sort of based on a dopamine type of sort of experience.
Yeah, I think the metaverse is Fortnite, and I think my definition of the metaverse is, can you do things that you do in real life? So the most basic thing is a transaction. Can I buy something? Can I, trade in something? So for me, that's the main takeaway. Or can I subscribe to a group or an idea, and I can find these people? But I think the closest thing right now is really Fortnite, because the users are there, the players are there, and you can do most of these things. So I don't think it's necessarily a game, but I do think a game is probably the vessel today, and in the immediate future.
David, maybe taking it from like an investment point of view, there's so many different metaverses being pitched. Is this still something which is interesting as an investment vehicle, or what is specifically that you're looking into?
What I think, well, from our perspective, which general perspective, what I think is interesting about it is that we, on an everyday basis, I would say we spend about 30% of our time, and that's in a 24-hour day period, in the metaverse. And the definition of metaverse could be different things, but within the screen. And largely, from the Web3 perspective as a Web3 investor, largely that time is spent on Web2 platforms, so platforms that are centralized and own our data. I think what's interesting with the introduction of the fundamentals of Web3 technologies is that this decentralized or open metaverse, it creates a very interesting user content created economy. And so it's going to be up to us where we decide where that goes, but that is, you can really lay on how things are going to be built from there.
Nice. So I think that maybe transitions quite nicely into sort of this next concept of Web3 and sort of what is Web3 and what it means for us. I've written down in 2014 how this was coined. So this was coined by Gavin Wood, who's sort of the founder of Ethereum and then later on the founder of Polkadot, who said that it's a decentralized online ecosystem based on blockchain. But Web3 has changed quite a lot as a sort of what we mean about it today. What would be your definition of, let's say, Web3 for gaming, at least for the space that we're in?
Web3 for me is connected to the idea of ownership. There is no Web3 when there is no ownership. So whether it's owning your data and can be your digital property right that we talk about very often, or any form of on-chain interaction that really makes you kind of a stakeholder of whatever economy, whatever network you're participating. So in the context of a game, for instance, the fact that you own your assets, that you own your items, and that they are truly your property, which means that it's not like when you play World of Warcraft and you have a license agreement with Blizzard that you can actually rent these items and the sword and the equipment that you have, but this time you really own it, and it makes you a stakeholder of this network, meaning that if the network is creating positive effects, you're benefiting from it, but you're also contributing to it. And that's a radically different way of seeing the whole value chain between the developers of apps or content and the users. Now we're kind of all in the same boat, all benefiting together rather than this kind of a zero-sum game that we had before.
Okay, I mean, that maybe answers the perspective of what it could mean for a user, right? That sort of this sense of ownership. Kaya, what does this mean, let's say, from a developer point of view? What does Web3, what does it open up for a game developer?
Yeah, I believe everything, so I'll add to that. I think about distribution. So traditionally, for us to distribute content, we have to go to Samsung, do a deal, take 6 months to sign a deal, go to Apple, Google,
You're good
whatever.
at making deals in 6 months with these guys.
I'm not bad. But in any case, it's a new channel that is completely, it's company to consumer. And it's not really controlled by a single entity, say an Apple or a Google. And although the TAM is not there, the fact that you can directly access consumers and have a ownership relationship that's, for some it's that, for some it's social, that to me opens a completely new distribution channel, which I think is really attractive. And traditionally you have to, normally in games you have to pay and buy users. It's called UA.
Yeah.
So traditionally UA costs can be anything from $10 to $20 or possibly more depending on the LTV. However, with Web3, people have a vested interest. So you could actually take that cost and you can say, you know what, we can replace that with UGC or some other onboarding system where we're getting users, but we reach them directly versus actually trying to buy them. And that's far superior because then they're actually invested on their own and they make the decision. So the short version is I view it as a new distribution channel.
Very nice. David, over the past few years, obviously everybody's either using the word Web3, now it's sort of turned to AI. From an investment point of view, what did Web3 mean for you, or what are you looking for in these companies that are saying that are building in sort of?
Yeah, so I was interviewed a few months back by a German magazine, and they asked me, said, well, when is Web3 going to have its big ChatGPT moment? And I said, what do you think? Like Bitcoin happened. What are you talking about? But I think that it goes in cycles and waves. But realistically, I don't think we're going to be looking at these technologies and saying, "Oh, that was Web 2." The internet was, and the e-commerce was Web 2, and now the introduction of new technologies. Oh, that's Web 3. I think it's just going to be functioning in the background, and it's going to add new value to our life. I completely agree with the both of you guys said about it being open in the sense that you're having ownership, right? So Web 1, we were being able to read things on the internet. Web 2. Internet of information and e-commerce, and then we're getting into now the internet of value where we're able to actually own, and that's I think where the real value is.
Nice. Maybe moving on to sort of, let's go to the infrastructure, right? Because sort of Web3 again seems to be a play which is still at this sort of very basic level. What are you building on as an infrastructure? How was your decision making until you sort of got to where you are today?
So it's interesting that you bring it this way, because we didn't start as a technology company. You know, I was one of the game directors of Assassin's Creed before, so my job was to build experiences, content, and we started this way. But very quickly, especially when you go into a new space, you realize that very often the infrastructure is missing, the technology is missing. So for us, it was in two directions. First, metaverse, which implied scale, and so you can't really think of any type of metaverse experience without a huge number of players, a big world where they can roam around, and so that required the development of new technologies, but also Web3, where again, it's still a very new land where, for sure, a land of opportunities, but also a land where you need to participate, and that's how we kind of pivoted to build technology and build content. And a little bit like Epic Games with the Unreal Engine and Fortnite or previous games before, it's kind of combining these two things, and where your internal production is your main customer, which also drives a good scoping of needs. So today we're developing really a very interesting tech stack that has world generation tools, especially a very strong world procedural generation tool. We have a networking technology that will provide you this type of service of hosting millions of concurrent players together. And we have character avatar creation tools. All of these are really designed, built now to facilitate and to make it easy for anyone who wants to build a new destination in the metaverse.
I want to pick up that point just a bit later, because you mentioned to me earlier that suddenly you're starting thinking of using Bitcoin as an infrastructure, which it seems that this whole industry was trying to move away from Bitcoin and try to build new things. Kaya, from your point of view, what were the things that you were looking in an infrastructure? Is it the technology per se, or was it the community around that technology which was more interesting?
I mean, I said this 3 years ago. I always believed that it wouldn't matter what chain you're on or what infrastructure you're on. There was this moment where all the VCs were, we got it, no one wanted to make a content bet, so it was like, we have to go picks and mortars. And now you have all of these infrastructure tools, push button wallets and whatnot, and they're, 20 emails a week from these companies. And like, I think for me, the main attractive point was that and I think it's a little bit forgotten, that you could do transactions. Like, you could buy and sell something. I was like, well, wasn't that the whole point of Bitcoin and Ethereum anyway? You could like move money and buy and sell things. So for me, that was the original interesting point, along with onboarding users. So today, I think we always believed, like, I don't care about any chain. I think any chain would ultimately be as good as the last game that was on that chain. It's almost like Netflix. Netflix is as good as the last show on Netflix, and then HBO will have something great, and then everyone will go and watch HBO. So we always believed that. So we didn't really take grants or commit to a chain. We always built multi-chain, because ultimately we believe that the consumer, the player, wants a frictionless experience. So you don't know if you have a MasterCard or a Visa in your wallet. Like, maybe you know, but most people don't know. So it should be almost like that. So a player should be able to come with whatever they have, whatever wallet, and they should be able to start the experience immediately, like with ideally 0 clicks, but most often less than 3 clicks. So that was the main attractive point, and I believe that should still be one of the most important parts, at least in the world of gaming, because the gaming is brutal. So players are brutal, and they don't tolerate bugs, they don't tolerate bad experiences, and they don't tolerate friction. So our primary job is to reduce friction and make the lowest possible barrier to entry to any transaction. And that, to me, was initially, you don't need a Visa, you need whatever, and Bitcoin or Ethereum facilitate that, or any other liquid token for that matter.
I want to throw the question to you, but just a comment that I have on this, because I see it the same way. What I always loved about gaming is that it has this ability to sort of abstract the technology completely from the end user, and in that way sort of onboard whatever it is that we're calling sort of this mass audience or sort of new people. I think it can play the same role here in the blockchain space, right? That I'm not saying that gaming is the end goal, but it's probably the most likely application to onboard.
What you mean is that it will be the driver of mass adoption.
The driver of mass adoption.
I agree with that.
believe
Exactly.
that.
Exactly. David, how do you deal with all of these sort of questions from an investor's point of view? Because it seems that there's quite a huge asymmetry of information, at least it was until a couple of years ago, that it seemed that founders building the infrastructure knew much better what they were doing. So how could you make sort of the choice between I'm going to invest in sort of the Polygons, the Ethereums, and all of these things?
Well, I'm really happy that you asked that question to follow up. Otherwise, I was going to say, let me touch on something that you said, because you're absolutely right. Most VCs at this moment, and I'm going to include myself in that saying most VCs, are investing in the picks and shovels or at the application layer, and we are. And the reason that we are is because we're not focused in one specific industry. We're agnostic. We're very early stage. We don't know how it's going to develop. However, what I would say is please remember that it is an 8 to 10 year investment horizon for our fund. So while we're investing in that now, that's where we see, well, we can see where there's value in this, and we want to invest at the intersection of Web 2 and Web 3. That doesn't mean that we won't shift over and start investing in a different capacity. Perhaps in what you're seeing already is where that investment needs to go. But as a firm, we've actually we've made very few investments into tokens or into protocols, and none of them have been. I mean, we've made investments through our balance sheet into liquid tokens, but everything has been into the equity of Web3 projects building at the application layer.
Okay, very nice. So, I mean, we've spent quite a few years on the infrastructure. I've been building on the infrastructure layer for the past few years, and I still feel that we haven't managed to reach, not yet the mass audience, but even the builders. One of the frustrations that I've had is that every time that I've tried to, let's say, reach out to a game developer, it seems that my conversations start with, let me first evangelize about blockchain, and why you should even use it. Then I have to talk about my ecosystem before I go to my product. What is going to push sort of this narrative forward in terms of mass adoption, at least for gaming?
You know, I watched this movie already, because it was exactly the same with free-to-play back then. So when I took over this role and as a head of strategy at Ubisoft for online games, and especially for freemium games in 2011 or 2012, that was a little bit the same story. We're traveling the world trying to evangelize this and being welcomed with tomatoes by all the developers who were like, why do we need to upsell our players when they're already paying $60 for a AAA game? From what I recall, it was not about convincing them, but what it took was hits to change the perception from the players and eventually from the builders. It took League of Legends from Riot Games, it took Clash of Clans from Supercell, for people to stop caring about the business model and just want to play these games. And so by playing these games, they started to adopt and obviously accept that free-to-play games could be really high quality, very engaging. I think the problem right now in the Web3 space is that we have a very limited set of high-quality games and a lot of games that were built by non-game developer. People who were more like crypto bros and who were trying to seize the opportunity. But this is not the case anymore. There are a lot of great teams that are building, and when this will hit the market, I think this is when we'll have the shift. Okay. Because the Web 2 players will come to play these games, not because they're Web 3, not because the wallet is better integrated, but because those are great games.
I mean, I'll pick up that point about the business model, because in a way I think that that's a big part of it. Once sort of mobile gaming or online gaming or sort of what we want to, let's say mobile gaming started, the first sort of reaction was, hey, let's port this to just a different device. Only once they started thinking of, hey, does a Candy Crush type of model or a freemium model work, that's sort of when we had the spike. Have we reached that point here that we've discovered what the right business model for the space that we're entering is, or not yet?
I mean, from games, I don't think it's rocket science. I think you need a great product, and then if it's fun, people will invite their friends will invite friends, and you definitely need a social layer. Like I can't imagine a game today without live ops, without social. A lot of these games that were being built, by crypto bros or non-Web 2 game makers, it's the game's the vessel. But why are your kids on Roblox? The Roblox doesn't look good, but the social layer all your friends are there, so I need to have that skin. You know, after school, they're gonna, or Minecraft. So it starts with something, but then it becomes something else. But that's never possible if you don't have live ops. If you cannot, people, when they're into something, you know, gamers and players, they ferociously consume content. So Roblox solves this because, you know, they've got a bunch of other games and, you know, the studios make that stuff. But if you're making your own game, you have to have automation, you have to have, you know, procedural systems. As a, you know, we're a post-Series A studio, like 40 people, you know, we don't have the punching weight of Ubisoft or these AAA studios. So, but a game, I think the main takeaways are the game has to be social. It's got to have some social aspects in there so people can play with friends. And you need live ops, and whatever, like live ops is basically a gaming term to say, you have a game, but there's a team that operates that game, almost like theater. So there's an act, there's a show, there's 4th of July, you need 4th of July equipment, there's, you know, Chinese New Year, you need Chinese New Year equipment, and that keeps driving that desire to there's something new happening, there's a party, and that keeps driving that kind of social flywheel. So I guess, you know, I agree, we do need hits, but I think with the hits, then the hits need to retain, which means that they can't be a flash in the pan, and for that to happen, you need quality products and teams that can operate them.
Yeah. Maybe, I mean, this is going back on sort of on the investment side of things. The past few years, there was sort of this flood of games trying to raise money through a token, right? Sort of, which by definition meant that they either have designed a token economy which is infinite, or there's something missing there. Can there be single games with a single token that can sort of live forever? Is that a thesis that you're looking in? Or sort of how would you see investments in gaming right now?
Unfortunately, I see the bad actors that come in and they play the game to get the token, and then as soon as the token is liquid, then they sell it and the game is ruined. So if that can be changed, and you guys are welcome to chime in on this, and I'm sure you guys have strong perspectives here, I would say that that's what needs to change first. Until then, it's still going to be at getting Web 2 games into Web 3. So we still are living in an era where we need that infrastructure that is going to support that. Maybe that plug-and-play model that makes it easy or makes it inviting for people to go into that, where it's not just the users that it's interesting and simple for them to use, but rather for the game developers as well. It's simple and easy for them to use Web 3.
I want to pick on a point that you said before about sort of how this ownership, right? Sort of Web3 means this ownership of assets. But one of the discussions that quite often goes with it is this idea of cross-game assets, right? That I'm going to be able to take my avatar, my this and that, and take him to different worlds, right? We've seen it in Ready Player One as a movie. Is that a plausible future? Because
so interoperability described this way looks more like a fantasy right now than a reality, because for so many reasons. Of course, there's the technological reason. You know, game can be built on different game engines, so this is already a problem. But even within the same game engine, so if everyone is using Unity or Unreal Engine, the graphic pipelines can be completely different, and so my asset will not work in your game. The second thing is, of course, you know, game design rules. I can't come with my sword in your sci-fi game and you know get damaged by everybody. So anyway, all this to say, there might be one day where, you know, projects are really actively collaborating so that you can transfer assets from one game to another. Like technologically, the asset storage, that's easy because it's on the blockchain, so it's a shared database, so that part is easy. But it's everything else on the client side, the gameplay, etc. Now, that being said, there are other forms of interoperability that are possible, where it can be about the utility that you get from the ownership of the asset in other games. So let's say you own an asset from Life Beyond, for instance, and we partnered with another game like Sandbox. Well, this time you might have a dedicated utility in Sandbox because you own this Life Beyond asset. But this will require all the time a very strong desire from the projects to participate, you know, to collaborate. And it's already happening. But I think what we need to remember is that Ready Player One is one single game world. So it's more like Roblox, it's more like Minecraft. That's the main difference.
Maybe to keep poking on that, if ownership is important and I can use it in a single sort of game, what's the point of ownership?
I mean, I guess it's important to some people. I don't know if it's important to everyone. Interoperability, I don't know. I think it's like someone comes to us. So I think there will be a fight on, I'll take your sword or whatever if you're giving me users, and then like, why should I give my users to your game? Because it's so hard to get them anyway. So that part I haven't yet figured out yet. I don't think I would integrate anyone's sword or whatever unless they're either paying me or they're giving me users.
There can be a benefit, which is it expands the utility that you're offering to your own community. So your community, you know, there's only so much you can give to your community because of your bandwidth, because of your capacity. But if now you create partnership with other projects, they can enjoy other form of utility outside. Which it doesn't, I agree with you, it's not about, oh, come with your sword and you can do whatever you want. It's more, okay, now we're trying to create a network effect.
I mean, I'd partner with you, you know, because I know you can make games.
I appreciate that.
But I wouldn't partner with, you know, whatever, random, you know.
And I totally agree. That's not decentralized partnerships where anyone would start to. But what is interesting is that if you see an opportunity, you can do it in a permissionless way, right? Because it's on-chain and you can just say, hey, you guys over there playing World of Warcraft, we're offering you this type of benefit if you come and you own this asset from World of Warcraft. In our game, you will get this and this. You don't even need a partnership with Blizzard in this way. So there are still some interesting experiences that can be.
To add to that, there are a bunch of these NFT communities that, you know, Azukis or whatever, like all these things appeared, and they do have some sort of a community, but obviously they can't make games. And
I mean, they're hoping to, but
well, yeah. Let's be realistic. So, so a lot of them have these player bases, and they would love to host an event or do something or have skins. So that could be an angle. But I think it might take too long, and Apple might do it, or Facebook might do it, and say, hey, whatever, Facebook avatar, integrate, and have 10,000 users a day, and then at that point the show's over.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess you get pitched about interoperability all the time, but you see sort of when we get to the application layer, it's not that easy. How can you judge sort of this whole interoperability as an investment thesis for your side?
Well, we're not coming in that early, so we're basing it off of community traction, not revenue, not at that early stage. I mean, it's maybe some other industries, some other use cases, but in this, it would be a matter of what is the founder or the founding team's ability to scale this and get users onboarded and create a community around this in this decentralized fashion. So that's what we're looking at first. Beyond that, it's still too early at this stage.
Okay. Before I go to questions, I want to go back to a point that you said that. So I think the first application on the blockchain was Bitcoin, right? Sort of digital money, whatever we call it right now. And now you said that you're going to try and use Bitcoin sort of as the layer one of sort of the experience that you're building on top. Everybody criticizes it that it's slow, it's centralized, it's maxis, but it's still
It's not centralized. At least it's overly decentralized, which is probably the problem for some.
So maybe give us a bit of an insight of why you're making that choice, or how you see it as a potential sort of.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of entrepreneurs here. Sometimes you take crazy bets, crazy gamble. Okay. In our case, we see a lot of really good reasons. Blockchain is the prestige chain. It's where it all started. It has a very strong culture, a very strong value proposition. But it's true that it's absolutely lacking of all of the infrastructure that you already have today on Ethereum and this whole ecosystem. But this is the largest liquidity ever. $500 billion worth of liquidity, which is more than double Ethereum. This is where you have the largest number of users, 44 million wallets. And right now, a community that started in February, a new movement called Ordinals, which is a new development on blockchain that allows to inscribe and to basically have NFTs and on Satoshis, exactly. And so it's a whole new chapter for Bitcoin that has started several months ago. So, it's a fantastic energy that is being deployed over there, and we just wanted to participate to this. I think also, things are also about timing, and right now there are a lot of opportunities for people to join the Bitcoin ecosystem to build things.
We're looking at it too, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, unconventionally.
So we're totally spending some time next week in Amsterdam.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe we can open up the questions to anybody here.
One moon.
You can just be loud.
There's a lot of negative sentiment about Web3 right now. So as a development studio, we believe in the technology, but we're finding there's an issue with the players. So what do you think the solution is to bringing players on board? Like, how do we get them convinced that this is in their best interest? They could add value to their assets within the game, or
I don't
have
think you can
an
convince them.
ownership stake?
Yeah, I don't think so. Good games. Just let's make good games.
Yeah.
Once we have really high quality games. Right now, I mean, there are a few ones. Cross the Age, Shrapnel. There are just like 3, 4 that could come top of my mind that are really at the quality level of what already exists in Web 2. And until we get there, we'll be facing the same type of prejudice.
I'll add to that. I mean, we view Web 2 players and Web 3 players as complete different cohorts. So Web 2 players play for fun, for other reasons, whatnot. But today's Web 3 players, they're just for money. Like, I would say more than 90% are there for money, to flip some tokens, flip some NFTs. I mean, the games haven't been great, so like, what else are we going to do?
Yeah, it's a very small population. We're talking about 3 million crypto players. Like, we're not going to build businesses on this.
Yeah.
So
super small TAM. Yeah.
So do you blend the two together? Do you try to have an offering which is both Web 2 pleasant and Web 3?
So Life Beyond is a new, it's an MMO. It's a new generation of, it's really like spearheading the new generation of MMOs. It's built on Unreal Engine 5 with all of my teams comes from Assassin's Creed, where we used to work together. So we're absolutely, I would say in a way, they absolutely don't care about Web3, at Life Beyond Studios building this game. They care about the fact that the assets are living on chain, but the game is built like any other game. And so when it will come out, hopefully late 2024, I think we'll have something that, of course, will not be marketed to Web3 players, but to players.
Maybe just to follow up on Mike's question, how do you make sure you don't alienate one or the other? I mean, even examples that I have thought were pretty good from 12 AM, sort of, which is, I think, the studio from Dr. Disrespect that tried sort of to keep everything hidden, or there was the Creator League with Mr. Beast and everything. You think this is a slam dunk. But the minute that sort of either the gaming community understands that there's a crypto play to it, it's done. Sort of, there's no way that you can continue.
Well,
how do we break that?
Yeah, I mean, what we do is we just have 2 different products.
Okay.
We have Afar Rush, which is basically Monopoly money. And then we have Afar Degen Rush, which is like, hey, there's like real world money here, so be careful. And we do all the disclaimers, plus 16, plus 18. But, you're like, okay, well, I start playing this one. The other one's similar, but it's real stakes. So we just say, look, we shouldn't mix them anyway. But the TAM's at Web 2, so you can't ignore it. So you have to do that. But if the market comes up here on the Web 3, or people start converting, at least organically within our platform, then yeah. So it's also like I believe I'm crazy about OCD, about like what's focused and what's clear. So and this is the clearest way that we could come up with, because otherwise, okay, players don't like complicated things. Some NFTs here, what do I do? Like, you have to understand what you're supposed to do in 3 seconds or 5 seconds. So we just split them as 2 different products.
Very good. Any other questions if we have time? Then we're good.
I see.
All right. Gentlemen, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Make sure you connect with each of these amazing gentlemen during our lunch. We actually have lunch now. So our wonderful volunteers will help guide you to the lunch area, which is being held across the way in a beautiful courtyard. Make sure you bring your curiosity and courage cards with you. think of a line to say when you introduce yourself to someone, and either be courageous or curious. If you're curious, ask an interesting question. If you're courageous, maybe say something bold. We'll see you at lunch, and be back here in about 45 minutes or so for the start of the next talks. That was really good. That was really good. We couldn't see you making. Hello, everybody. We're going to get the talk started on space between. Will the Western world continue to dominate space? Just going to wait for our video crew to get set up, but everybody enjoy a little bit of lunch, have some coffee. Okay, good. It's a beautiful day. It's always a challenge when you put on an event and you want people to come together in the room because it's extremely sunny outside. It's Venice. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful here. But we will shortly get started with this panel. We're running a little bit behind today, but it's good. You're captive guests. We're in Venice. There's, beautiful, beautiful experience. Well, if we're in Spain, it wouldn't have started yet. So I'd like to introduce our next panel, Raffaele Mauro from Primo Space, who's actually sponsored Techtalia since the first Techtalia. Welcome to the stage, Veronica Lavergina. And Veronica's from Officina Rev, and Roberto as well. So give me 1 second. I just want to make sure everybody's entering into the room here. So Roberto Carnicelli as well. And let's get the panel started. Why, what's going to happen in the future of space? And will the Western world continue to dominate space? Space travel for me, but also space business, something that I'm extremely passionate about. I always try to include in Techtalia because it is a fascinating conversation. It's also a wonderful area to invest in, and the returns, as they say, are out of this world.
So thank you, and amazing to be here in this conference. This is a truly fantastic place, and even during the conversation during lunch, it was great to see the kind of people participating in this event. I think is a great occasion for us. Today we will discuss the intersection between the space economy and the kind of polycrisis or very difficult situation that we have now in the world. I think all of you are aware about the inflation crisis, rising interest rate, war in Ukraine, and unfortunately this morning terrible and very frightening news coming from Israel. So it's not a simple time. And space is an industry that is connected and intersecting with most of or all of those crises. Today we will speak with two great speakers. Veronica Lavergina, she's the CEO of Space Cargo Italy, a great manager within the space industry, former CEO at Nanorax Europe, lecturer at the International Space University, and many other things. And we have also Roberto Carnicelli. Roberto, he's a space founder. He's a co-founder and CEO at Aeolian. Aeolian is a great company at the intersection between climate, and of course solving climate problems, AI, and space. And me, I'm an investor, so I'm trying to support, when possible, these people, basically. So I'll start asking Roberto and Veronica, what do you do? What is your organization, and which kind of challenges are you solving now? I will start maybe with Roberto.
All right. Okay. Can you hear me well? Because before in the back of the room I couldn't hear very well. So I'm making some. Okay, everybody. Okay, I see some sign in the back, so that's good. So as Raffaele said, I'm the founder and CEO of Aeolian. We are a climate tech startup, and we leverage satellite data from the European Space Agency and NASA, and machine learning algorithm to predict climate events, so flood, drought, wildfire, and so on. And we do this for a specific target, which are financial service industry, so insurances, banks, infrastructure company, and so on. So what we develop is a plug-and-play API that, giving any address everywhere in the world, right now in the continental Europe, can assess this kind of risk in terms of probability, intensity, and an impact on any asset. So this is what we do. So a little bit as Raffaele said, it's a cross. So it's not pure space solution, but it leverages space solution for a nerve problem, let's say.
Thank you, Roberto. And Veronica, what about yourself?
Okay. First of all, thank you very much. To extend the invitation and involvement in this beautiful community. I am actually a follower. This is my 3rd edition of Techtalia, so very great. Considering the mission of the company I represent, I would say that if we look that we go to space since the 4th of October 1957, where it was just a reaction between Soviet at that time and US, and we see the current geopolitical landscape, as Raffaele said, seems that we didn't do too much work. Okay, we are back on the same tension. But what is the bet of this scenario is that we have done a lot of things. So we discover actually how to benefit from space, particularly the low Earth orbit, where you have a number of stressors, like exposure to radiation, experience of hypergravity to go there, microgravity when you reach the LEO, and closer to the UV, so you are closer to the sun, and additionally this really unusual pressurized and unpressurized environment. So basically, when you have all this challenge, you prove that something is still working is very good. So these things that are very good, they came back to Earth, they have been implemented in our daily life. So there is no doubt that pursuing the space journey give us benefit to Earth. Now where we are and where is the positioning of the space cargo to develop a re-entry capability for doing in-orbit production, because actually we have been proven that things are magnificent, are nice, can work, but to really implement in the daily life, we need a lot of space, so a dedicated infrastructure for doing a consistent volume of production in orbit. Can be a new variety of plants, can be new drugs, can be 3D cells, because without gravity the cells is growing in 3D directly and not in 2D. So fiber optic, many other things at affordable with a high quality, we need a volume. That's why we are coming to have a dedicated infrastructure to go up, perform the in-orbit production, come down, and to release the benefit in all the sectors they may need, and they definitely need it.
Okay, thank you, Veronica, for the perspective. And I'll start with you asking the intersection with the current situation, because you are a manager, let's say a top manager within the emerging space economies, especially focused on companies building something new, so not the traditional aerospace contractors and so on. What was the impact during the last few years in terms of supply chains, rising prices, and in general, the ambiguity and uncertainty of the current environment? What was your experience?
Well, obviously, when particularly the Ukraine-Russia crisis started, the 24th of February 2022, particularly the International Space Station was a matter of what is going on, because there, they have human being in orbit, and there is a concrete cooperation and exchange of technology on both sides between US and Russia. Then with the embargo policy, also from the European to the Russian, there was a question how we are going to move and what we are going to do. So to preserve the human being in orbit, the reaction was to consider exempt the ISS cooperation by the embargo policy. At the same time, of course, the concern came up, and when you have a barrier for that you cannot do something you really want to do, so you are elaborating creativity to overcome the challenge. That's why the answer has been that, the Antares, we had the last Cygnus coming up from Wallops Island with the Ukrainian-Russia element, and now the Cygnus, this transportation vehicle to the ISS, is going to be embarked on a fully US vehicle that is Falcon 9. So, and at the same time, the US reacted, to develop their independent technology for rocket. So they are no longer going to outsource element on that side of the world. The same story we can see like Viga that, I mean, was exploiting some technology from the Ukrainian, and now there is the, let's say, the intention to move part of the supply chain. So I would say that as a space person, the space community reacted very well. I mean, they, in a way that they found the barrier as an opportunity to move forward, to involve other actors, and to strengthen, I mean, what they have in their domestic line. The same reaction, for instance, has been with China. China now has a fully populated and, let's say, performing space station. They have done by themselves because the rest of the world was allowed, was not allowed, they didn't want, anyhow, they said, we go anyway. And this is, I would say, the approach of a new space company like I represent. I looked around, I asked help because, I mean, you need help for making this such project, this endeavor. And if you say that you want something and the others say no, you find a way to say yes. And that's why, I mean, we are challenging with a number of requests because, I mean, for a space business, but in business in general, you have two drivers, revenue generation and cost effective. So maybe it will be a little bit longer, require an effort, but this is the direction, I would say.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to ask to Roberto, as a tech entrepreneur on the software side of things, about your bottlenecks. And I think one of them is talent. So how do you attract, motivate, retain talent in our current context?
I think this is a good question because when we talk about space, it's usually their capital-intensive activities. So to attract talents, you need money. To get money, you need commitment. And when the time span of this kind of investment goes, far away, it creates uncertainty, and so giving those kind of money becomes difficult, and also so attracting talents that change their perspective, because when these kind of events happen, people change their focus, right? We were talking before during lunch. So the focus between short-term events and long-term events, right? Now, we are quite lucky, specifically in Aeolian, because we not only operate in space, we also operate in climate, and people are super interested in this kind of topic. They want to have a purpose in what they do. So for us, let's say we are in a happy bubble in which we target many different aspects. We target space, which is kind of fascinating, right? There are a lot of people. Actually, we are based in Turin. In Turin, we have a great university for aerospace engineering. We operate in climate, people looking for purpose in climate. And we operate in AI, which now it's boom, right? Everybody talks about AI, and they're putting AI everywhere. So for us, it's quite easy. I mean, easier probably than other realities. But for sure, the environment, it's putting some obstacles in the way, right? And these kind of obstacles are more on international talents. So how can I attract talents coming from other countries in a situation where there is big uncertainty, there are geopolitical conflicts. So some areas become gray zone, right? It becomes more difficult to have visa, for example, for the people coming. There are also maybe families issues. For example, we were trying to hire a young man coming from, originally from Iran. Now, for example, I was like super talented person that wanted to work in this sector. Has past experience in that, was studying in Italy at the Politecnico di Torino, and wanted to come to work for us, but then there was a lot of visa problem, and he decided not to stay in Italy and go back. So geopolitical issues generate some obstacles on this aspect, and I think this is really a problem because, as before was said, space is generate value in the collaboration, right? Then if you are a country and you cannot collaborate anymore, you find your own way, as you said correctly before. But still, it's something very, let's say, complex. Countries need to collaborate in this sector because it's a long-term view of how the world would look like. So putting this kind of barrier, the geopolitical, financial, or any, it's, I think, a big a big obstacle to this kind of industry that needs collaboration, needs solution, needs a long-term view of the world and how things should be. So I think this is the main problem. The sector is interesting. People are fascinated by this. It's probably the future. So you attract talents, but then you have external factors you cannot control that put barriers. And in a sector where international collaboration is fundamental, those barriers are really a problem because you are damaging both the countries and the companies that work in those countries that want to do something in the sector. But still, right now, I don't think the situation is dramatic still, at least for what I've seen, but it could be in the future, in the coming years, we will see. So yeah, I mean, we're also lucky that in the European Union, we have so many countries that you're sure that will collaborate, right? There is like this big certainty, which is great because you are able to attract talents coming from so many different countries with different backgrounds, with different culture, we generate a lot of values. So yeah, I think it's a complex topic, but we are in a sweet spot. And of course, I hope that more peaceful times will be better, that's for sure. But I mean, nothing impossible to solve right now.
Yeah, yeah. And space, of course, is I would say a double-sided industry because there is, of course, the positive impact and on climate change and scientific spin-offs. But on the other side, there is the military component. Space is about command, communication, and control for military operations. It's about military intelligence. It's about prevention of nuclear weapons, attacks, and so on. Again, we live in an area that some people define as a deglobalization or reglobalization or a different form of international order in development. In terms of productive chains and supply chains, there is this process of reshoring or friendshoring where historical industrial facilities are now relocated or in the process of relocation within the United States, European Union, or friendly countries like Vietnam and so on. I'm going to ask to Veronica what is your perception of this process and if you have any kind of interaction with your direct experience as a manager or entrepreneur.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, to do things in space, you also need a lot of space and instrumented asset capacity on Earth. So, I mean, let's say, they may become a sort of bottleneck to be ready to go up to space, you know, testing facility, preparing the payload, assembly integration, and so on. And, I mean, of course, if you are used to do something in some place and at a certain point you have to move to another place, at least you have a different menu cost. You have to do the list and you have to move to somewhere else and find a way to do promptly and effectively. So this is really something that is, let's say, an everyday job when you manage a company. When particularly you don't have, let's say, the luxury to be fully vertically integrated, that whatever happens, I have everything at my place. So that's why big boys that now they are fully vertically integrated, maybe they suffer less of this problem of supply chain, location of the asset production, and so on. I would say that we had this type of problem. I mean, we are going to mitigate in a way that being still a young, agile company, we can work as a partner with the big one that they are more vertically integrated. So the case of Space Cargo that we choose as technological partner, Thales Alenia Space, that they have done this type of pressurized module since decades, in a way that they know how to easily switch and how to manage fluctuation in this way. This is our response, let's say.
Okay. And on the flip side, we mentioned the positive impact. I'm curious from Roberto. What about climate change and what is the role of space technology in solving climate change or in the menu of solutions for climate change? What is your perspective?
Well, so let's put it in this way. I think it is like crucial for all the aspect of climate change. So let's take the climate market. Climate market is divided into mitigation and adaptation, right? Mitigation means how can we minimize our impact on the changing of climate, right? So emission, carbon footprinting, measurement, reducing CO2 in the air, and so on and so forth. So this is all climate mitigation. Then we have climate adaptation. That means climate has already adapted, has already changed, right? And we need to adapt to this new climate, which is where we operate. So understanding how climate change, it's making those events, extreme climate events, more or less likely, more or less impactful, and so on and so forth. Now, in all those markets, space solutions are crucial. Let's go from the beginning. So climate mitigation. What do you have to start from? Measuring emission, right? So how can we know how much CO2 we have in the air? Now, this is the first question. Now, with satellite observation, we can do that. Second is, how can we know where those emissions are made? Now, with satellite images, we can understand where this is making. Let's move to climate adaptation, where we operate. Now, we use satellite data to understand topological variable, physical variable of the land, understand how those variables are changing the climate and how they are impacting extreme climate events, monitoring those events, assessing them, and then, of course, then predicting it. So in all those aspects of climate, we are using space-related technologies. So I think space and climate are going in the same direction. Now, of course, on climate, then we have another huge market that is let's say, acting, for example, to reduce garbage generation or taking plastic from the ocean. Now, this, of course, is another market. But to understand, analyze, and keep tracking of things, I think space technologies are fundamental. And that's why it's so important that these two markets goes positively together, right? They have to go side by side. And that's why also I was talking before on the need of collaboration, because climate is a global issue. So space needs to be a global solution. We need to collaborate. We need to put those talents, as we were saying before, technologies, satellite information, all available to improve and optimize all this process. So I think it's very important. So there are two different markets. They have some similarities, some differences, but for sure they're going together and they need to support one each other. I think space is an enabler for climate, for climate change action. So yeah, so I think we need to boost both of them and actually use one of them to solve the other. So I hope that these two markets both is going to grow in the near future, because it's also our future. It's not just a market dynamic.
Yeah, I think this is very important because while our life is constantly pushed by smartphones, news cycles, short-run electoral cycles, and so on, space is something that is forcing us to think long run, to invest, to research, to study. So I think that's important. I have a last question for Veronica. You mentioned the International Space Station. International Space Station was one of the largest engineering projects created by humanity, basically. It's a product of the end of the Cold War and a very large collaboration between multiple countries. So what is happening? What will be the future of the International Space Station or the new space stations, or do we need them? So what is your opinion?
Yeah, it would be a very interesting time, to be honest, because there is a wording that talk about post-ISS scenario, and most of the proposal on the table at the moment, they just see a replacement, thinking about a platform for hosting astronauts and performing experiment activity and so on. For me, this is a sort of déjà vu. I will doubt, let's say in this way, that they are the solution for the post-ISS, because it's denying what has been done in all these years. I would better see, something where the role of the human space flight will have a dedicated role where the astronauts, they go and they produce in orbit, maybe they work directly in orbit, And for this, I don't think you need a big space, so it will be just be dedicated for habitation. And then will be the rest of many other platforms ad hoc dedicated for each user case that is peculiar to performing space. So I think it would be completely different, maybe more like a spaceship, giving the opportunity much easier to go everyone, get the ride, pay the ticket, go up, do something and come back. And on the other side, I mean, a number of diversified platforms doing, let's say, almost 80% what has been just conceived as a proof of idea on the experience of the ISS in a more dedicated and prolific way. That's my view.
So thank you, Veronica. I think that our time is ending. I'm asking Gabriel, do we have a couple of minutes for questions? So
yes.
I'm going to ask if someone in the audience do you have questions, and feel free to ask everything.
And not all together, otherwise we don't.
Such a hot business. 2 years ago, you've got the launch costs coming down, and Elon making it so that it's cheaper than ever to launch into space. Do you think, from a fundraising environment, we still can do crazy things in space, like thinking about doing solar panels in space or sending up nuclear waste into space, which I don't know why anybody would do it, but I've had people pitch me that. But from that standpoint, do you think as the launch costs get cheaper and cheaper, does the economic implications of this zero interest rate phenomenon being gone affect the mission, vision, and future of the space race environment?
Well, definitely, I mean, if the ticket to go up is lower, means that more people then can participate. And more people participate, more creative ideas are available. So definitely we are thinking about to do other things, many other crazy things. We will learn from failure, from success, whatever it is. It is like low-cost airlines. How many people were flying from Rome to London 10 years ago, and how many people fly now? Also, you unlock participation at a younger stage, because you can afford, 1,000 euros ticket when you are 20, 25, but before was a number of millions, so you could not participate at that age. You should be rich later in your career path. So yes, I mean, this is really a good point. I do believe this is let's say, enabling more activity to be done. It's not a matter to lose money for the one they are doing the launching, because they have more quantity and more frequency to go up. So,
how many launches is it per week that SpaceX does? I can't remember. Maybe Raffaele knows.
I think per week is still a number one. I think the launching campaign time, the lead time is
still one per
22
week.
days.
Yeah, that's 22. I mean, it's pretty amazing.
I think they made like 60 launches, SpaceX, in 2022.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Slightly more than one per week. Yeah. And just one fun fact about that, and then there is a question there. It's relevant to discuss investing technology and venture capital and risk-taking here in Venice, because actually 600 years ago there was the Commenda Veneziana, which was a financial process to invest in risky merchant ships going abroad for commercial transactions, and it was very similar, kind of very similar to the limited partner, general partner structure of venture capital funds. So Venice is connected to our discussion. Sorry, it was just before the Renaissance, so like say 600 years ago. Yeah.
Following up on Gabriel's question, whenever I see trends, I like to see infrastructure layers and key things that unlock trends to happen, right? So if for AI is GPUs and functional currency and computational power, for space, what's the next big type of technology that can unlock a new frontier? Is it spaceship? Is it Starlink? What is it exactly the next frontier that in the space community you cannot wait that to happen because an entire new frontier will open if that happens?
Okay. Well, you know, a space program, a space mission is a very comprehensive journey in a way that you need a contribution from any source of technological field: electronics, avionics, cable, harness, computing, softwaring, hardware, materials. So, I mean, it's very demanding. In one shot, you get contribution of everyone. And each single technological field has their own trends and path. At the end of the story, when something goes to space, it's successful if it works. I mean, then it became really binary. I mean, any choice you have done. The big trends, I would say, they are definitely involving quantum computing. They are definitely involving artificial intelligence, you know, because by definition you have something really far away that if you cannot communicate, it's better that the baby knows what to do. You know, so it's in itself very important to have a need. Also materials, I mean, in a way that you use a big amount of materials. Now they are switching from metallics to steel to other smart material, conceiving also production of new material in space, you know, and then coming back for utilization. So I would say it's really a big forum for technology innovation in itself. Now, coming to the big, who is going to be the big challenge. I have been really admired, let's say, from the pioneer of OneWeb, you know, to conceive the production of a satellite in series. So it was a big shift in the process of doing space, because before, you know, you were doing the ground model, then the engineering model, and then the flight model, and then the one that was working to go in space and having a backup and the spare satellite on Earth. So it was many single steps you were doing. So instead to do a copy of a copy of a copy and see what is going wrong and what you have to adjust, they said, look, let's do production in series in a way that each one will be the evolution of the next one, in a way that if everything works well, we have 5 satellites instead of 1. So it's just something logical. Why we didn't think 20 years ago? I don't know. But you know, at the end, it was really a matter of 1 week of brainstorming to conceive, to be done things in this way.
Just let me add that even for hardware innovations, software is very important. For instance, reusable rockets, we have them also because we can solve in an easier way convex optimization problems, and so there are software innovations even within hardware disruption. And just one quick comment from Roberto. I think this is your...
No, actually, I think this was a very good question. So, as Federico said, this space market is so big that we need to make a distinction between upstream and downstream. So either you launch things on the space or you get things back from the space. So the satellite argument that Veronica was talking about is an upstream issue. So how can I launch so many satellites in a more efficient, cost-effective, controlled, and high-quality way? But if we go on the downstream market, so how can I get things from space down to Earth, which is, for example, where we operate, then there are many trends that I think is very interesting. For us, one of the biggest one is edge computing on satellite, so cloud computing on the satellite, because we gather so many information, those information that go back to the Earth, we take the raw data, we need to elaborate it, and it's a very long process. But what about if we could elaborate the data directly when it's gathered, which is on the satellite? This means we could get back already the elaborated information on Earth, and it will be extremely more efficient, and we will be able just to take the data that we actually need. So this, for example, is a big frontier for the downstream market that has some issues technically, but we will see. So for us, it's this, and of course, then I say AI, because when we talk about not generative AI in this case, but just pure AI for elaboration of big data. We talk about satellite data. We today are generated around 150 terabytes of data every single day from Earth observation satellite in orbit. So this means that we take just the satellite, they do Earth observation, so we are not taking into account Starlink satellites, or satellite that generates, for example, internet connection or GPS and so on, but we just take Earth observation. The amount of data is so big that elaborating all those information and gathering just the information that we need from those data, this is very complex. So for us, for example, it was a big challenge at the beginning. So I think AI, it's a big driver. Edge computing on satellites is going to be a big driver. And then quantum computing, I totally agree, which is correlated for the same reasoning. So how can I get the most out of those data? So I think these are the big trends for the downstream market, which is the one we operate. Yeah. Sure.
Okay, so thank you for the questions. Again, thank you, Roberto. Thank you, Veronica. And may the force be with you.
Thank you so much, Raffaele, Veronica, and Roberto. Really enjoyed the conversation and looking forward to speaking more about space today. So now I'd like to introduce the next panel on spatial computing, not to be confused with space, but I guess we put two panels that had to deal with the spatial environments of the world together, or maybe not, I don't know. I'm a little groggy after lunch. I'm kidding. So can everybody stand up quickly and then sit down quickly to get some energy going? We have Luke Alvarez from Hero Capital as the moderator, Rebecca Barkin from Lamina One, Luca Suma from Hero Capital, and Fred Spears from SkinUps to discuss AR, VR, and the future of spatial computing and metaverses. This is actually going to be an incredibly fun panel. Now, everybody sit down. It's going to be a fantastic panel. Luke is a Venetian resident himself.
Summertime, yeah.
And a wonderful sponsor, and was one of the reasons why we came to Venice this year, and was one of the individuals that recommended Foscari. Take it away, Luke.
So it's a real pleasure to be here, and I'll get my colleagues to introduce themselves properly in a second, but Luke is a venture investor specialized in the metaverse and digital sports and games and so on. Fred runs SkinUps, which is an amazing digital fashion business. Full disclosure, I'm also invested in that. And Rebecca is CEO and co-founder of Lamina, which is, for those who don't know, is Neil Stephenson's open metaverse platform. We'll hear more about that in a second. I'm a tech entrepreneur of 30 years now. Did my first NASDAQ IPO in '96. I'm a Londoner. I went to the West Coast in California and then built a tech company in the 2000s that we IPO'd in London. We then took private in the great financial crisis. We then re-IPO'd in NASDAQ back in 2018, and I founded this venture fund which specializes in metaverse and spatial computing and games in 2018, and we've got almost 500 million under management now, so we do seed and early and later. But I'm also, as a Brit and a Londoner, a passionate lover of Italy and all things Italian. And I lived some of the year here. And when I was a kid, I went to Tuscany a lot. So I'm really passionate about what we're doing here at Techtalia. And all of my panel, we're going to talk about some of the intersection between what they do and Italy. I think before we start asking questions, I want us to pause for a moment. There was a panel earlier in Web3 games that touched on the metaverse, and some of the statements there I sort of agree with, saying that the metaverse is already here in things like Fortnite and so on. But I want to disagree with them for a moment. I want us to all look up at this ceiling, Tiepolo Workshop, above us, this extraordinary space. And let's imagine we're 20 years forward from now. It's 2043. We'll be very close to Kurzweil's singularity. But in that environment, we will all have thousands of nanomachines or millions of nanomachines in our bloodstream. We'll have smart contact lenses or genetically engineered eyeballs with digital overlays. And if I've been given the control button as the speaker and I'm an expert in Tiepolo, I can flick through different versions of this ceiling so you can see the original sketches, you can see different shapes and figures that he drew and then overpainted and so on and so forth. If we've all sort of opened up our career status, I can point my eyeball at somebody at the eyeball in the room, you can do that and know everything about our career history. Perhaps we're, got a dating status and that's all available as well. Some of the people in the room will be attending as avatars, dialed in from other parts of the planet. Probably one or two of the speakers on this panel will not be attending. And for the streets of Venice, which is famously over-touristed, there'll be hundreds of millions of people wandering those streets, but wandering them only digitally and not as avatars. So that's the metaverse that is going to get built, and that's not where we are today, and it doesn't exist yet. So this panel is about that future. We got a little taste of it in June with Apple and Apple Vision Pro. Those who've watched the Lex Friedman podcast with Mark Zuckerberg last Thursday, I think it was, there's some really amazing stuff about capturing humans. That's what we're going to be talking about today. So, Rebecca, you're, as far as is possible in this very new emerging space, a veteran of metaverse and spatial computing. I think you should tell your story and then tell everybody a bit about Lamina.
Sure. So yeah, I started my career in the music business, actually, just as we were getting wildly disrupted by a bunch of young hackers who were maybe unintentionally resetting the value of music to zero just because they loved it and found a new way to share it with friends. I went into the film business just in time for them to go through the exact same catastrophe. And then I started going sort of more into the tech side, seeing where things were going. So how is all of the content that I love going to evolve with the new technology that's out there? Or are we just going to have our fate handed to us? That led me to Silicon Valley, of course, and ended up going into positional tracking technology, decentralized technology, and then I ended up at Magic Leap, which is pretty renowned for building an augmented reality platform from the ground up in the swamps of Florida, raising $4.5 billion pre-revenue to build this full stack platform of AR far before the market was really there. And that was really transformational for me in terms of really understanding how this full tech stack that was going to support the vision that you're talking about was actually going to come to life and what was standing in the way of it. I led their studios group for 4 years, so developed their whole slate of launch applications for AR, of course, in collaboration with a ton of wonderful people. And then when we made the switch to enterprise, because obviously the market wasn't there, you'd built this headset, which was basically a Ferrari, and no one knew how to use it. So you had a bunch of that tech sort of sitting there. It was over-engineered a bit.
And there was no road.
No.
And no traffic directions or anything, yeah.
No.
Timing is everything in tech investing, obviously.
Truly, yeah. And I mean, I think to the point about Apple, like one of the things that they do so well is they wait for the PC companies and for some of the early technologists to like make a bunch of things in a way that's pretty clunky, but also educate the market, which is a critical component. And then they come in once everybody's made all those terrible UX mistakes and everything, and they offer something much more beautiful and easy to consume, and then a really elegant transition to a new paradigm, which is what they're great at. But I also, after Magic Leap made their pivot towards enterprise, I led the redesign of the operating system for Magic Leap 2, which was really, really helpful in understanding what stood in the way of adoption. Afterwards, I went to Madison Square Garden Sphere project, which just launched in Las Vegas. You might be familiar with it. It opened with a U2 residency, outfitted to high heaven with all of the most phenomenal technology that you can imagine, just learning how to make content for it. And I was there talking to Neil, who I had worked closely with at Magic Leap, about maybe adapting some of his IP for that venue, because it just felt like the perfect format to merge this sort of digital and physical world. And he was out on tour for Termination Shock, I remember at the time. And I said, hey, how's it going? And he said, well, you know, I'm out here and I'm touring for my new book, which is about climate. And everyone keeps asking me if Mark Zuckerberg called me and asked me if he could use the word meta when he renamed the company, because obviously Neil was the originator of metaverse. And he's like, and of course he didn't. So I figure I have one choice or another, which is that I can either keep traveling the world and telling everyone what's wrong with the way that the metaverse is being built out, or I can take a crack at it myself. And obviously we chose the latter, and he asked me to come run it.
It's brilliant. It's a brilliant story. And for those who don't know, I mean, many people will know this, and it'll be OTOs, but some won't. Neil Stephenson is a legendary, living legend, still young, sci-fi author and futurologist who wrote the book Snow Crash. I think I read it in 1992 when it came out. Very much informed my career. We've named our fund Hero after the lead character in that book. Obviously, also when you start a business, you're a hero. But he's been a visionary across 20-something novels now of all sorts of different categories of tech, of which this is one piece, and much of the AR future has appeared in some of his more recent novels, and a post-human future where you upload your consciousness into the cloud and live a life beyond your organic death is something he's also recently written about.
Yeah.
You're not working on that in Lamina, I don't think.
No.
So tell us a bit more about Lamina. I mean, the world is full of L1s and L2s, so blockchains to hold NFTs, to process payments and transactions and identity and so on. I'm old enough to remember the first iterations of the internet with Mosaic, and Netscape, the early browsers, and Friendster, and MySpace, the early social networks, and AOL, and so on, most of which has gone and been replaced by newer stuff. I think our thesis when we got interested in what you guys were doing was there's a similar opportunity in metaverse platforms on the blockchain.
Yeah. Yeah, so just the basics. Lamina One is a blockchain-based platform that is stitching together a bunch of protocols and creator tools to make it really easy to enable independent content distribution and monetization. Neil is an IP holder himself and one of the greatest storytellers of all time. I mean, there is a joke about, I think there's been more money spent on Sand Hill Road trying to recreate the vision that he laid out 30 years ago than any other pitch. He's an IP holder himself and saw this world where, the tools to be able to really self-publish and distribute and monetize were starting to really come online, but they weren't particularly usable. And historically, creators have gotten pretty well screwed by a lot of the big labels and studios and sort of centralized corporations that are out there. And now you add to that the mega platforms on the tech side, and if you think about just the power and the data that Apple and Amazon and even Netflix and Meta are amassing about you, and as it becomes more and more immersive, that's even more and more personal, right? Like that they're inside of your home. I remember having this conversation with the Disney Imagineering team, about our point cloud data.
Il 10 e 11 ottobre arriva la festa delle offerte Amazon Prime. 2 giorni di offerte
I think you've been calling Alexa, Rebecca.
I'm curious what she had to say.
I think it's Alexa. It says Amazon Prime offer.
That is
Oh my God, that was like the best thing that could have just happened.
Talking about data, there you go.
That was kismet, absolute kismet.
You just mentioned her and she was actually listening. That was really spooky.
You guys,
we didn't plan that.
It was like case in point. I swear to God, I did not plan that. But when you think about this, the amount of data that they're taking from your room and biometrics and everything that we're using to log in, this is pretty concerning, right? They used to be about distribution, but now it's not just distribution and software, it's the platform and the hardware, it's the payment ecosystem, they're the creators now as well, and all of this is sort of stitched together in a way that's almost invisible to most people, and that's a scary place to be. So we felt there was a huge opportunity, not just for independent games, but film and music, to create an independent content platform.
And software code.
Yes.
So GitHub, some of the things we particularly like.
Yeah.
Making sure code creators of open source projects get paid.
Yes, get paid, yeah. I mean, creator royalties is a huge part of it. And I just think what's available now with this, the protocols themselves that we found were like, they're features, they're products, but like to get people to use them in mass adoption, like they need to be kind of smoothly integrated into a platform that's easily usable so creators can focus on what they're good at. And we just need to build on the back of that, the smart contracts that can facilitate, payment and recognition and transaction details.
Great. So Luca, you're a professional investor in Metaverse now, Metaverse things. You're also Italian from Puglia, so maybe tell people your journey and then talk a little bit about, now you are a very professional investor, what you look for in a good Metaverse investment.
Sure. Innanzitutto vorrei dire, e ci tengo a farlo in italiano, che è sempre fantastico tornare in Italia a casa ed è un piacere essere qui. Let's switch to English. I see a few confused faces. Yes, I was born and raised in Puglia, which is a region in the south of Italy. For those who don't know, I lived in a lovely little town of less than 50,000 people, where family and family values are at the core of society. And then I moved to Bari, which is the main city there in Puglia, to study engineering at the Polytechnic University. And that was extremely formative. That's where I gained hard skills. I believe that Italian education system is one of the best for what I could see later. However, I was always curious about other cultures. I really wanted to confront myself with people with different backgrounds, and so once I graduated, back then the obvious choice was to move to London. And so I did, I went there. Initially I had to learn English because I couldn't communicate. That took 2-3 months, and then I enrolled at Westminster Business School, where I studied a master in management. And that was just mind-blowing. I mean, it was an incredible experience. In my course alone, there were more than 100 nationalities. And so it was just incredible. I learned a lot there. And after that, my professional career started. I had an experience with EF, which is one, if not the biggest learning institution in the world. I grew to become director of sales and marketing. However, I felt always an analyst at heart, and I loved and still love tech, and so I moved to a tech company that works within the virtual sports area. It's one of the categories of products that they covered back then, and I became a market analyst and then a business analyst, and I worked on many projects which went really well. And then 5 years ago, the journey with Hero started, and now I'm lucky enough to be working and invest, of course, in those people that build our futures. In terms of what we look for when we look at companies, well, there are three main things, three main criteria that we look at. The first one is the team. Of course, it has to be a great team, people with founders with passion, determined to build something really big. Specifically, we look for three distinct aspects, which is creativity, technology, skills, but also business, very important for VCs. We also look at the moat, so how is this company protectable? What is their USP? Is it something that is future-proof? Really important, but we also look at scalability. At the end of the day, eventually our work is to return money to our own investors, and therefore it has to be something that can really scale, that can be used or played. In our case, since one of the pillars of our fund is video games, it has to be something that is played by a huge audience. So that's what we look for.
That's great. Fred, maybe introduce yourself and talk a bit about SkinUps. I mean, one of those visions I talked about, obviously all these avatars, some of them here in person, some of them here digitally. People are going to want to look good, and we're in the home of probably the second of the two great fashion creator markets, France and Italy here. Talk about fashion in the metaverse. What does that even mean?
I'll start from today, actually. So I'm co-founder of SkinUps, which is on a mission to elevate your virtual style and to level up your skin. And What we're doing is we're connecting brands with games and then gamers and their data back to brands. And the journey that's led me here, I've started, actually this is to bring it to Italy for a moment, this is the second most beautiful room I've ever spoken in Italy. School age, I spoke at the Italian Senate on renewable energy, and I was obsessed with energy, brought me through engineering, brought me into technology, but eventually ended up as an equity research analyst in luxury goods for close to a decade, covering some fantastic brands involved in the IPO of Moncler, of Moleskine, of Ferrari, and really developed a huge passion and understanding of these brands, but also a massive excitement because it became incredibly clear to me that these brands were much more powerful than just the physical environment in which they lived in and needed to go a lot further than just having a 250 store footprint. And I got very excited about the future and where these brands were going to be able to travel next. I also got itchy feet. I think everybody in this room is hands-on active builder, and I thought it was important not to be on the outside throwing stones, it was important to be on the inside building. So wanted to make the switch. It wasn't until I connected with Luke and people around the sort of the center of this opportunity that we saw an opportunity and a team that could be pulled together. And so what led to really me seeing the way in which SkinUps could realize this opportunity was the mixture of bringing together very experienced fashion veterans, including a visual director who comes from the Gucci group, games publishing veterans from West Coast US, deep technologists, and then also a 3D atelier in Rome that we've worked closely with. And so seeing the team there led us to go, this is how we can take on this opportunity. This opportunity that we see is, of course, today, right now, close to 50 billion being spent on game skins and cosmetics in games.
So I think one of the big challenges, and comes back to this, I mean, it connects with the earlier panel we had. There was a real discussion there about interoperability, and I think the gist of the panel, quite true, is there is almost no interoperability between game environments today, partly for practical reasons, graphics, different code, and so on and so forth, also for economic reasons. The future I described in 20 years' time will be seamlessly interoperable. There are metaverse interoperability foundations, some of them Web 2, some of them Web 3. Talk a little bit about that in the context of Lamina, but also the wider ecosystem and what you see happening there, Rebecca.
Yeah, I mean, we went deep diving on interoperability for the first, I'd say, six months and did some analysis, and we're like, I've worked on double-sided markets a bunch, and so I was like, oh, it's going to be really hard if we have to convince game designers to build their games in a fundamentally different way, because creatives and storytellers, they're trying to tell their own story, so trying to carve out a little space to allow someone else's creative vision to come into yours and fit in a way that feels organic is odd. So we took a really big step back and said, what does interoperability mean on the whole? And if I think about, I always give the example of Taylor Swift because she's an economy in and unto herself, but there's a million different ways that I action against my interests or my values every single day, and right now I have to do that across a very fragmented mobile app ecosystem. And so between that app ecosystem and, let's say, my credit card statement, that's probably the best diary of how I action consistently against a set of values every single day. And yet that's not available to me in a comprehensive profile anywhere. And it's not available to people who might want to incentivize me in a comprehensive profile anywhere. So one of the things we were thinking about is, couldn't interoperability just be an exchange of value and the fluid movement of my identity and my assets through an ecosystem of applications? And I think that's a much more kind of near-term way of thinking about interoperability.
Yeah. Identity traveling through that ecosystem, but in the case of Lamina and many of the other on-chain approaches, the data being owned by you as the consumer, not by Meta. I was having a breakfast a couple of days ago with a guy who's an old friend who's now number 3 at Meta, and he was talking about, this was just after their Quest 3 announcement, and there was lots of excitement. about what's coming with Quest 3, but he was talking about the Luxottica glasses. And there's a new edition of those just launching or just launched. And he's saying, we think that's in a way sort of stealthily much more interesting, potentially, because it's much wider market addressable. Anybody can buy them, they're quite cheap. But it connects with the AI assistant. They're going to plug into that thing. You can talk to it. It'll give you all this feedback. It'll give you overlays through the glasses. Sounds pretty exciting. I don't know if we've got any Luxottica in the room, but obviously that's a big Italian partnership with Meta.
I think you're going to see that like AR will probably be, it'll come to life as more of an accessory at first with this combination of universal and practical appeal, and that intersection of physical and digital should be fluid.
Yeah, we're totally going for that. So, I mean, Luca, I want you to talk a little bit about the Italian tech scene and what we've seen, because we've invested in Germany and Sweden, many investments in the US, Romania, UK, the Baltics, etc. We haven't yet invested in Italy. We'd love to. Talk about some of the things we'd like to see and some of the challenges we've seen.
Sure. Yes, we've been looking for investment in an Italian company for a long time now. I have to say there is an incredible talent in the country. Specifically, technical execution, I think it's just excellent. Especially when we compare to other countries where probably it's not that great, but they put it in a way that make you believe that it's better for some reason. But they can still sell it and commercialize it and so on and so forth. So I really believe that technical capabilities are just unbelievable here. And going back to what I was saying earlier about the 3 points of business, technology, and creativity, I think Italy is fantastic with technology and creativity. And probably they need to work a little bit more on the business side, which, by the way, it's a challenge that many other countries in Europe face. And that's because I believe the presence of the UK and US business is so big and they are so prepared for that put everybody else in the shade, not in a good way, obviously, but there is some work to do there. Yes, absolutely, we saw many video games. So just as a reminder, we do invest in video games, esports and streaming, and digital wellness, fitness, and digital sports. We have seen a lot within the VR, AR, mixed reality, creation of digital assets, video games. Obviously, here there is a milestone that I believe it's a lead for all the developers in Italy, and this is what we are looking for. I mean, there is a very strong base given also by the education and the background that these people have, but there is some work to be done, I believe.
I think it's something Federico said earlier about you can build a global business from anywhere now, the miracle of cloud and all these technologies that we have available to us, but you've got to have the ambition to build a global business, and we haven't seen enough of that here.
Yes.
So finishing, and then we'll open up to a couple of quick questions. First Fred, then Rebecca. Give us a sort of vision for Metaverse 2033, 2035, sort of 10 years from now, maybe around fashion, maybe around the broader spatial computing theme.
Okay, well, I won't go too broad here. I will stick very much to fashion. Don't give a toddler a gun. I think a few things. From a demand sort of standpoint, I think that as technology increases, it's pretty obvious to us that you get to a point where you can have a really close emotional experience with a family member, a loved one in a different place, and that becomes incredibly important. And suddenly you're going to start to think about how you're presenting yourself, and your visual identity will become more important as you spend more time in these spaces. That's of course obvious. I think what's really interesting is we've got a generation growing up on Roblox, and at the moment they're still young and they're not spending enough money for a lot of the brands to focus on. But of course, you've had Roblox at RDC about 3 weeks ago saying that over 10 million of their players change their outfit every single day in 2022. And of course, we know there have been over 1 billion transactions on Roblox, and these numbers are going to start to matter. And I think we have a generational shift coming through. that's really, really important. At the same time, on the talent side, there are various reasons this will take some time, but ultimately, I think that this will become very ingrained because at the moment, a lot of the brands are working on how to build 3D into their entire pipeline, from prototyping through to virtual showrooming. And of course, once you've done that, you may as well start integrating that with a lot of technologies coming down the pipe as well. So I'm speaking first and foremost from a brand point of view because I think the marketing dollars and the mindset that comes from that really helps. And then, of course, the creator economy comes alongside that. So where does it end up? I don't think anyone can claim to know exactly what it will look like. But I think that you have a young generation, if you talk to anyone coming out of Central St. Martin's or Parsons at the moment, they're all thinking already, well, how do I make sure I'm ready for this future? How do I make sure I learn the skills to be ready here? I think what is very important, though, to stay at this point, is that designing digital fashion is not the same as learning the skills of pattern cutting and everything else. And so there is going to have to be this coming together because ultimately we don't want the metaverse to sit so far away from the physical. We want to find the ways that physical links to virtual.
Rebecca.
Yeah, I think AR, like the form factor and the price will come down. The computing stack will get, a lot tighter, and you'll start to see it around a lot more again. Like I think it'll hit mainstream as more of an accessory, but you'll start to see, and this is happening in France to some degree, that a lot of places with really rich cultural history are starting to do like digital twins of some of their establishments that are kind of at risk long term to encourage, virtual tourism, as well as like minting that on the blockchain to make sure that those are like the real versions of those buildings. Like for example, this is happening in France with a partner of ours called Mirror World, and they're doing it with, they do really high-end, high-fidelity photogrammetry plus CGI of like the Eiffel Tower and of parts of Paris, and you can kind of fly through parts of Paris and have this mixed-use world where it's not just a game and it's not just commerce, it's city-scale tourism, and that's sort of like living history.
And you've done something similar with the Venice Film Festival that's happening, yeah.
Yeah, I sit on the production and financing board for the Venice Film Festival for Immersive, and so I see a lot of what those people, what those creators are working on. And they're pulling forward aspects that used to come much later in terms of how to finance projects really creatively, which is interesting, so they can retain their rights. So that's the last part. Is I think you'll see a lot greater emphasis as like AI becomes a much more integrated part of the stack on like ethics and regulation, and people as a result like wanting to make sure that they have ownership of their identity and verification of their identity, as well as like their assets that sit underneath. So I think it'll be those two things in tandem as like this technology becomes much more available to mainstream. You're going to see the mainstream start to want to pay more attention to the ethics and the privacy aspect of things.
Completely. And I'll finish on one note that, I mean, all these things, all these tech problems in building this future vision we're talking about, the headset problems, the optics, the battery power, the compute efficiency, the stuff you can do in the cloud, the interoperability, they're really hard problems, but there's lots of very smart people working on solving different aspects of them. There's a piece of data I saw a few months ago, which is from inside Meta, which is, I mean, this is VR specifically, but it's usage data on VR by age cohort. And most of us in this room, many will have some kind of VR headset, which we've probably used a few times and then gathers dust once you've played a bit of Beat Saber or, tackled Darth Vader with a lightsaber or whatever. The kids are using this stuff all the time. And this incredible chart, age 15, 14, 13, they've just taken it down to 10. They're using it more and more frequently. And at age 13, they're using it kind of 4 to 5 times a week for an hour to 2 hours a session. So there's a Gen Alpha cohort coming through, just like Gen Z is natively mobile. There's a cohort coming through who are going to be natively mixed reality, natively metaverse, and that's a scary thing and an exciting thing. Those are people who are going to have to be half the population in 20 years' time.
One thing to say on that too, Luke, is just that Roblox, you brought up Roblox, like the most popular games on Roblox are built by kids that are 12 to 16 years old.
Yeah.
And I think like they get maybe 25% of the revenue. I might be wrong on that, but it varies. But
very little. Yeah.
But very little, right? And you think about what that means as a business. Like you have a bunch of kids that are building these incredible games that are driving the platform, and they make so little in return from it because they're learning to code.
Yeah.
So I think it's just an important thing to kind of recognize the trends.
So I think we're pretty much bang on time. I don't know if do you want a couple of questions, Gabriel, or? Yeah.
Obviously interested in the topic. I would like to have your opinion about, so a lot of us started in this industry thanks to Neil Stephenson, because we read his book. For me, it was actually RIMD and not Snow Crash when I started.
RIMD is great.
Yeah.
But when I connect with this vision, I always connect with this idea that the metaverse or this digital reality is more about living a different life. So when I think of RIMD, it's T-Rain, the MMO that is supporting this whole story, or even in Snow Crash, it's not just a replication of our physical world in the digital one. So what is your view on that? Or should we go for is the direction that we should go for, which is just to recreate every every iconic places that we have in the physical world and make them digital, or should we really embrace this idea of creating something new where you can have a second existence, basically?
We used to have, it's a really good question. We used to have this debate at Magic Leap all the time, which was like, okay, so we've built a platform fundamentally to enable an experience you could not have before now. And what we're doing is replicating real world physics. Like, like we were really like, well, if you don't have any of those, isn't the point that you don't have any of those rules anymore? So like, why do we keep going back to that? And I think the answer is probably that with new technology, like the way you transition people and the way people get their head around it is by accessing like the familiar, right? So if I studied creative writing in school, and there was this phrase that like, you have to learn the rules, right, before you can break them. And I think part of it was like, okay, we've got this whole digital universe. How do we establish what the rules are so that we can then break it in a responsible way? Because part of the thing about these new technologies, especially the immersive ones like VR and AR and sort of large-scale location-based experiences, that like they do mess with the human senses, right? Like, I mean, VR is a screen that's right here. It's tricking your eyes into depth perception. There's vergence accommodation conflict. Like, there are real sort of issues related to human sensory things. So there's a need to be responsible with like the human body, even in immersive environments. So I think part of it is learning the rules of the environment, and then you'll see people really start to break it. And you see it a lot in concept art, but like you don't always see it in practical application, because like even for Magic Leap, part of what we wanted to see was like scale, right? Like magnitude, like this majesty that made you feel really small. But you couldn't get there just because the FOV was so limited.
I mean, people forget that Snow Crash is a very dystopian novel, right? These were, and so is Ready Player Me. People are escaping into these virtual imaginary worlds because the real worlds they're living in are so broken and fractured, right?
That's right.
The Apple Vision Pro vision that we saw presented in June, and even now the Quest 3 stuff that we saw last week is explicitly, I think, about mixed reality, because they're trying to say we're not going to disconnect people from the real world. But I think the real use case will be both of those things. The biggest Apple use case that we're hearing from inside they're excited about is putting 1 billion people in the best seat in the World Cup final stadium, and we're all sitting in that seat with our chosen 2 friends either side of us and watching it, and that's an amazing experience, and that's real and is live. But then a bunch of us are also going to go into Hearthstone or whatever it is, right, and mess around in imaginary worlds, or indeed your world.
Yeah, the last thing I'll say about it is like, the thing about Neil's vision was that it wasn't just about escapism. It was like, to your point, what you were escaping because of oppressive regimes and because of what had been taken from you, right? So it always was about the sort of challenge to corporate control. As tech started to become more and more, available to the elite and sort of taking over the world, like, it was always about the requirement of humans to be curious and to be courageous and taking over the ownership of themselves and making sure they had a future. And so the openness of it is a really important aspect.
One more.
Thank you. A question that keeps coming into my head is that we keep talking about something which is like 20, 30 years from now. But one of the difficulties I think most of us are having is understanding what's the next step, both from a hardware perspective and a software one. Maybe to just give an indication of the hardware one, I've tried most of the devices. The thing that I'm comfortable with is a simple thing from Bosch, right, which just does the audio. Whenever I would put something extra on top of it, it just seemed...
50 grams is supposedly the human test case. They got to be that light, right?
So this is the first thing that seemed comfortable. It doesn't do AR, but it does sort of half of those things. And again, sort of with the magic leaps and all of these sort of different devices, what is the next iteration? Not what we're going to see in 30 years. How do we get, the next user in, and then the next user in terms of devices?
I mean, I'll start with, I guess, my view, but this is why I say I think it's going to be adopted as an accessory first, as like the compute power has always been a big challenge there, and one of the reasons why the form factor is so heavy is the amount of technology you're squeezing in there, as well as like the battery pack and the extra compute that you need to run it at high fidelity. And so I think, like, it magically, just as an example, like, over the course of 10 years, that thing went from taking over an entire room, I mean, it took up an entire room, to within 10 years, by the time they released it in 2018, it fitting on as a headset, and the iterations in between, like, it was just massive, like the amount of improvement that was being made, the leaps forward, no pun intended. But so I think like you're gonna see that, and maybe leveraging the phone as compute power as things start to get more mainstream in the near term. And on the blockchain side, I think like the UX improvements that are needed there is just, I can't even go into it, but you will start to see, there are some nearer term use cases with just people using it for non-traditional ways of fundraising. So like when we talk to film directors or something, it's like, okay, you created tremendous concept art for this film, and yet you're waiting on somebody to give you finishing funds. You can sell the concept art up front, and you can use that cash to then finish your project. And the same with game projects that have 3-year development timelines. You've already done the 3D art. You can create the assets first. You can sell them, give them provenance and history. And then when the immersive world is ready over the course of the few years, you can sort of slide those characters in there. So I think it's about changing the model fundamentally. So you'll see some of those iterative steps to just change the model of how we make things for these new platforms.
I mean, the mobile app ecosystem is now trillions. And the iPhone launched in 2007, and I remember looking at it, and it was unusable, I thought, as a BlackBerry user, as most of us were at that point in time. We didn't get the App Store until 2 years later. This stuff is very new. All of this is going to take the same kind of timeline, but you can make a lot of money and build some very big businesses along the front end of that curve. And as investors, obviously, that's what we're looking to do. These guys, as entrepreneurs, are building businesses, as are many of you in this room in that space. I think it's a pretty good time to be building it. What was not a good time to be building it was the 4 prior VR and metaverse booms. The first VR headset was 1986, Jarrenlania, right? There was an Atari device in 2001. There was a big boom in 2016, 2017 about Oculus and Magic Leap. That was all too early, feels about right now. Yeah.
An extraordinarily ugly space because of how it's funded with ads, etc. Every time I hear AR developed by the same companies who have built the funding ecosystem of the internet, one has the vision, which is not even that far-fetched because it's what we see in all of the movies, of our visual space completely cluttered with ads.
Yes.
Is there any scenario in which that does not happen?
Great question.
I certainly hope so. I mean, that's part of why I crossed over. Because I think to blockchain, meaning is that nobody no, humans don't want that. It's not good for us. And the idea of AR was to be additive, but not advertising-ative. So I think, like, you know, the goal is that I own my data and I can choose to make that available. I can unlock a digital layer of content if I want to, but there should be a lot of the reason why we got to what you're talking about is that the companies that were funded during a certain, I'd say between like maybe 2005 and 2015 in Silicon Valley, a lot of the funding was going to these young startups that were creating social apps that didn't have a business model. And so it was like prioritize growth at all like at all costs, prioritize growth, and then the business model will come. Well, it came, and it was selling people, right? It was selling people, it was selling data for advertising dollars. That is a very, very, very difficult business model to just transition away from. It's super hungry. It's really insatiable. So I think you need a whole new crop of people to just imagine it differently.
And, you know, Lamina and some of the other chains and some of the other open source, non-blockchain based projects out there are being built as anti-Metas, kind of, and anti-Googles. And I have optimism that just like we replaced Netscape and AOL, do you remember how much a monopolist AOL seemed back in the day? How much a monopolist Microsoft seemed back then in a way? I mean, they are again, but from a completely different perspective now. You know, we thought they were the big enemy, and then Google and Facebook and all these new companies emerged and were disruptors, and now they're the big enemies, sort of, and we need to find new disruptors. But I mean, you know, I believe in capitalism and free markets and competition, and also idealistic people making smart stuff. Much of today's internet was built with open source. People haven't been paid for that. Projects like Lamina are trying to sort of address that for the next generation of the internet. Cool. Thank you, Gabriel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Luca. So in a couple of years, we'll be doing this in our Apple Vision. Maybe we'll have some sort of interoperability between Vision and Meta. I don't think so. I don't think so. So we'll figure out who will be the sponsor for that. Hopefully it'll be Apple, so it'll be something fun. Thank you, everybody. So we've got our next discussion. It's actually one-on-one discussion on quantum computing. It's with Jason Vanderskiff. Jason is a very close friend. He's also the co-founder and CTO of SoftIron. They've been sponsoring Techtalia for the last 3 years. And very excited for this conversation. And we also have Daniele Gregori from A4. And the conversation, E4. And he is the CTO. And this is going to be a fascinating conversation discussing the nuances of quantum computing, but also not getting too deep so that we don't be too confused. So I will let Jason take it away. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Gabriel. So I'm Gabriel's token hardware guy, because it can't be a tech conference unless there's a real hardware guy, right? So I'm conscious that we're the last session before coffee, and everybody wants to get to the coffee. So Mike mentioned this earlier. There's some amazing technological kind of creations that have come out of Italy and Italians in general, from the radio, microprocessors, nuclear power. Unfortunately, a lot of it happens outside of Italy. Little known fact, one of the first Intel processors was actually designed by an Italian. I wish I could remember his name. His initials are FF, and they were etched into the top right-hand corner of the chip, which is pretty interesting. It's been mentioned a little bit today, so I have to rephrase my original question that I had. Before today, who had heard of quantum computing? Keep your hands up. Who understands what quantum computing is? And then the ultimate test question, who could explain to their grandparents what quantum computing is? Good news, we brought an expert. Daniele is from E4, he's the Chief Scientific Officer, and I'll let Daniele introduce himself.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here in this beautiful place in front of you.
I am Daniele Gregori from E4. E4 is an Italian company based in Reggio Emilia, and our core competence is high-performance computing solution, artificial intelligence solution in terms of hardware and middleware, and recently we moved also the first step in the quantum computing. And we are here to speak about the quantum computing and the story of quantum computing.
Exactly. So Softi and my company, we build private cloud infrastructure, and we've had a long partnership with E4. We've done some hardware development together, and we've sort of prosecuted some projects together. So jumping into it, there's really two quantum revolutions.
Yes. There is two quantum revolutions. The first quantum revolution at the beginning of the last century, with the theoretical foundation of quantum mechanics first and quantum field theory later, that give us the theoretical basis to develop some devices like diodes, transistor, valves, and laser. All of these devices that dominate our life. If you think about your smartphone, your computer, the communication, are all child of this first quantum revolution. In this first quantum revolution, technicians are able to manage atoms in a collective wave, a set of atoms together. Currently, we are living the second quantum revolution that started at the end of the century, the last century, and up to now, the paradigm changed to the technicians are able to manage a single atom, a single electron, and a single photon. This changed completely the way we can manage these entities, these physical entities, and the consequences are that we are able today to have quantum computing, quantum communication, and quantum sensor. At the base of this computer, we have the quantum bit, that is the unit of the information. With quantum bit, we have some feature like entanglement, like overposition and interference that are not available with classical bit. And today we have many technologies that are able to provide us this kind of qubit.
And there was really sort of two main algorithms that have led to the unlocking of quantum technology. So we have 1994, we have Shor's algorithm, and then 1996, Grover's algorithm.
Yes, at the beginning we have theoretical studies that indicate that is an advantage to use quantum algorithm that improve some particular problems. The class of problems named non-polynomial hard problem. This class is improved with quantum computer. In particular, groove algorithm from Peter Shor, the Shor algorithm was the first, and is applied in the field of information, in particular cryptography. All communication in the internet is based on RSA key. Currently, with the most powerful supercomputing, we need some billion of years to crack this kind of key. But with adequate supercomputing in terms of qubits, we are able to solve this key in a few seconds. This is a big problem for the security of the internet. And this is the reason of ingent investment, of huge investment of government in this field. For instance, I come from the IEEE Quantum Week in Seattle. The German government invests in the Quantum Valley in Bavaria around 46 million in the next 3 years. But the US government invests in a Fermilab in Chicago around 600 million in the next 5 years. And if all the milestones will be achieved at the end of the 5 years, another round of investment will be ready from the Department of Energy. It's a very game changer for the Shor algorithm, in this case of security, but is a game changer also for optimization of function, for logistical problem. You can think also for artificial intelligence, where you have to optimize the so-called function cost. With this kind of technology, you can improve your results. Another important point is the simulation of physical systems like molecular. To simulate also small molecular, you need a number of bits that is larger than the number of protons of the universe. With a few hundreds of qubits, you are able to reproduce around like all the molecular. This is a real game changer from this point of view.
So we were talking a little bit backstage around sort of Italy's role in quantum, right? Because I didn't know this until I sort of started doing a little bit of research, but it's a US firm that's got a fab in the US, but they're doing a lot of their research here in Italy, in Napoli, is that right?
Yes, we have an Italian company that is able to provide a superconducting system. Is a kind of technology adopted to build this qubit, and is a technology that works at a temperature of millikelvin and needs a big device named cryostat to realize this temperature, and need also a lot of electronics to control this quantum processor unit. There are also other small startups around Italy and Europe too. Yes, also with that manage different technologies.
Mm-hmm. So it kind of seems like we've got this really interesting paradigm. At one end, we're trying to reduce the amount of power that we use in data centers, and there's some really interesting stuff that's happening there. And then we're talking about superconducting quantum computers that need to be kept at crazy low temperatures that are going to be really high power. How are these two things going to come together? Because if the first quantum revolution gave us these things, which are amazing, and then you've got this conflict, is the rest of computing just going to disappear because we have quantum computers now?
This is the question. If the quantum computing will die, the classical computing, well, the answer is no. Because have a different field of application, a different field of problem to solve. We can see the quantum computer as an accelerator for some specific workloads. And the integration between quantum computing and classical HPC will be mandatory. Also, if we start a study about integration with other European partners, because it's one of the focus activity in this year. And another point is how to send the data and the workload in two different devices, the classical and the quantum device. But another important point is not related to the execution of a job, but is related to the so-called error correction. Because this kind of machine are prototypes and are not a perfect machine, are a machine with a few qubits, but with a high failure rate. We need a connection between quantum and classical also to arrange and turn on a system to correct and improve the quality of results of the quantum computer. Another important point is that it's a totally different way to approach the programming of this quantum computer. With quantum gates, with qubits, we need to understand how to prepare the initial state of the problem. This is a big stuff, and also a total white paper ready to write in terms of chapter to understand how to write some algorithm. What will be the better technology? Today we have superconducting technology that works at millikelvin temperature. We have ion trap technology, photonic technology, and neutral atom technology that works at environmental temperature. But use some laser that works at some Kelvin. And we go back at the initial problem. We have to manage a low temperature system. Another promising technology is the so-called diamond technology. It's like a classical server that works at room temperature, but we have to understand how to increase the number of qubit of the quantum processor unit. It is an engineer problem, not a physical problem. We have to understand how to improve this process of production of this device. But is potentially, we can solve this problem in a few years. 5, 6, or 7 years, we can have a fault-tolerant quantum computer with 1,000 or 10,000 and more quantum qubit.
So it kind of feels like we're where space was 10, maybe 15 years ago. Incredibly expensive, very hard to access. What's going to be the breakthrough that gets us to the SpaceX reality that we have today, where it's $1,000 to put a payload into space?
Today we have prototypes with a high price of the order of some millions, and we have to wait years, 5 or 10 years, to have the breakthrough in the production. But what is clear, and this is the reason of a huge amount of investment, that for some problem is a completely game changer. So it is the right moment to start the investment, because we have to define the right technology. We don't have a standard. We have many technologies, but we have to define the winner at the end of this stage. And the point is that is mathematically demonstrated that we have an advantage in terms of time to solution and also energy to solution.
But it is available today, and so
Yes.
much so that you can do it inside AWS, if I'm not mistaken.
It's possible to have access via cloud. This is one way, but if someone is interested in a more expensive investment, it is also possible to have one of these prototype on premises. Yes, both ways are available.
Okay, excellent. Well, does anybody have any questions around quantum computing? I'm looking at you, Frank. We've got one up the back.
So you just said you could rent out space on a quantum computer. Is that today you could do that?
It's possible to have some prototypes, very expensive, and you have to wait some months, because we have to start, the technology provider have to start the production for this tailor-made system. But it's possible to have.
And do you know what the cost is relatively? Because I think for me, simulation would be like a good use case, but I'm
Yes.
sure there's hundreds of industries and use cases. So
Yes, in the case of
cost.
simulation, molecular simulation, also logistical problems, some devices are available. You can start AWS cloud, but if you want in premises, are available for around 10 or 20 million. It depends by the technology, the number of qubit, but it's possible.
More questions? Frank's got a question.
Quick question about, let's assume, so 10 years from now, whatever, like, quantum computer are emerging, one of the direct effects that's predicted is that pretty much all the, we talked about it before, like shell algorithms and things like that will just collapse. What do you think is going to happen? Like, if there's any way, should we just clean everything out of the internet? Should we just start to implement right now things that are quantum resistant? Like, because there's the good aspect, but that I guess could mess like banking,
Yes,
crypto,
yeah.
like everything. So just curious to know what would you recommend? Like, should we be worried about that, or what's
This is
a
the
good approach?
reason that now a lot of universities start to study the so-called post-quantum cryptography to find the more strong algorithm to decode data that are resistant to a quantum computer. And these are understood in this year, and there is a field of investigation. For me, another interesting point from now and 10 years with the quantum computer is the science of material, with the simulation of molecular. It appears a very promising field, the simulation of molecular dynamics.
Sorry, last question. There's a lot of power that comes with if you have access to it, like IBM. You know, they have a lot of power. So is there any government regulation over this right now?
I know that there is not a government regulation, but European and US regulation. For instance, it's difficult to have a system built in US because we have, in Italy in particular, some law that restrict the import of device, electronic device. Because it's more related to environment pollution laws, and this is the reason. Other technology provider from US and Canada, in my experience, take a lot of money from government, but they cannot sell outside US.
I think there's a bit of an arms race going on as well. I mean, you sort of have the US, China issue, and you know, to Frank's point of like whoever gets it first owns the internet at some level. So how that plays out, I think is going to be really interesting as well. But yeah, it's a very interesting dilemma, I think. All right. Well, thank you very much, everyone. I think it's coffee time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jason and Daniele. We've got our next panel being set up shortly, and then we have a really fun interactive session from Illy, a coffee tasting session, as well as a conversation on AI, so that we're dropping the intermission so that we can get more on time with things, even though, you know, it's the Italian and the Venetian way to take it slow and enjoy yourself. We want to make sure you have some time to go back to the room and change if you would like before dinner. So we're setting up the next panel, which I'm actually moderating, I guess? No, I am. Physical just might be the new digital. I'm very interested in this conversation because one of my reasons of doing Techtalia was, one, because I wanted to connect with my Italian roots and background, but I also have always loved fashion. I've always loved this idea of merging the worlds of digital and physical together. I've got some fantastic questions for the panelists. I think they're getting ready yet. Let's make sure we can get them come out. But these panelists represent some of the top founders at the forefront of the physical and digital worlds, doing things from live streaming to the naughty word of NFTs in the music and fashion and gaming space. But they've not only built companies around this, but they've also built brands that are at the forefront of these new sort of worlds. But really the conversation is going to touch heavily on, is the promise of digital kind of a lie, or are we there yet, or do we need more physical? So I'd like to introduce the panelists if they're ready to come out. Stefano Rosso, Francesca Versace, Julia Maresca, and Dan Lee. I think so. Let me get them. Let me check on this. Oh, here we are.
Okay.
Unless you want to moderate, I mean.
No, it's fine. You can do that better than myself.
I haven't seen you in a while, Stefano. It's good to see you. Francesca, fantastic to see you here. Julia, amazing as always. Dan, new friend, flying in from LA. I'm going to do quick introductions of the panelists, and then we're basically just going to get into the conversation here. I've known Stefano for a couple of years now, and Stefano is the founder and CEO of DCave. He's the chairman of Margiela, and he's the president of LR Vincenza.
Yeah, don't say this in Venice because
I know. I'm not allowed to say it here, but
they're doing better than us.
Francesca Versace is the chief creative officer of Public Pressure, a Web3 community building company as well, a Web3 music platform. They've been a huge sponsor of Techtalia for the last 2 years. And they were in Rome with us, and last year in Milan. They're actually all three of them are members of the Techtalia advisory board. And Francesca was extremely involved last year, and this year has been very helpful in bringing together the wedding club to Venice to help make sure that our decorations are amazing at the dinner. They've scheduled the after party for us, and our photographer was brought by the wedding club, so thank you, Francesca, for that. And Julia is the founder and CEO of Public Pressure, and also an advisory board member. And we have Dan Lee, who's the founder of Pop Shop Live, flying, as I said, all the way in from LA. And Pop Shop Live is a live streaming app in the States, raised a ton of money. She sold it about a month and a half ago and is now continuing to grow the business. So let's get into it. Hopefully I didn't butcher those introductions at all. If I did, blame it on my brother, not me, I don't know. So Raymond Schillinger, not Gabriel Schillinger. Like, it's a joke that everybody always likes to say, right? So we were promised to be living in a digital world at this point. Digital goods were supposed to be outstripping the physical world. What happened? Is that where we're at right now? Or obviously not, but what happened? Were we too early? And how do you see physical and digital in the current environment and in the future? And we can start with Julia from Public Pressure on that.
But it's
yes,
working. Okay. No, the reality is like...
it's working.
Okay.
Yeah.
The connection is here and it's happening. Like we are in a digital world, but at the same time, it's about like what you're doing with the digital. Like we did some amazing NFTs, for example, with Diesel, and we connect the part of digital with the physical. So it's there, and it's everywhere, and not only in Web3, but also in Web2 with other projects. So
it's a continuation, really, from. I mean, Stefano, you guys partnered together
yes.
on creating a new experience, right? Can you walk us through that and how you connected both the physical and digital world?
Yes, well, I think, as you said, that we all ran into it, and the rush was the gold rush. So going after the money, after the easy revenues, the easy profit, and this was, I think, a big mistake because we totally put the carrot in front, thinking that it was the landing spot. But as a matter of fact, the environment was not ready, the mass adoption of technologies were not ready, and Web3 processes that I believe are super strong and fundamental for the future of our lives because they give certainty on digital property. We didn't give enough time to this to develop properly and embrace the mass adoption from the masses.
And when you say enough time, I want to focus in on that, and I have a question for Francesca after that. Do you think enough time? Is that 18 months? Or is everybody thinking by 2023 that we'd all be trading in NFTs or excuse me, digital items? Enough time, how long is enough time?
No, I don't think you can measure it in time. I think it's measurable in KPIs. And for me, the key KPI is that if my grandma or my old aunt will be able to own a digital asset, that's when everybody will basically manage and own digital assets and utilize a wallet and probably pay in crypto or digital coin. But we're not there yet. So until we don't get there, I think there are not yet the scale to become interesting and really become the next future of this society.
So Francesca, Public Pressure and Diesel partnered to create a capsule collection that was launched earlier this year. Can you walk us through a little bit of the concept behind it, what you were expecting together as working on this process, and then the outcome? Just a little bit. Hold on, can we make sure Francesca's mic is working?
18. Try
it again. Yes. We'll get the mic working. Apologize about that. So these things happen here at Techtalia. Luckily, it's an intimate experience.
It's not so tech.
It's not so tech. So now, funny story about this is last year, if you guys remember, Dan, you weren't here, but last year we didn't have Wi-Fi at the venue. So I was thinking, I was like, we're having these wonderful conversations, but none of us could connect on the phones, and we had to do a live streaming panel, and I somehow convinced someone there to lend me their phone. And we were able to do it. Thank God it was during lunch, but it was like jumpy and everything. But we got the mic back, so it's working. Are we good? Up. Okay. We're gonna say 2 times the up. Here,
no,
let me
there
try.
is something.
Hello. Just speaking to it. Perfect.
Maybe you have another one. Huh?
Yeah, you have another one, so that's why we're trying.
Hello, hello.
Yes.
Okay.
There we go. I now have 2 mics.
So yeah.
So walk us through that. I mean.
So we started to do like 3 really different experience with Diesel. So we started. The first drop was with Honey Love. It's a DJ world producer. So we had this audio NFT, and she was reproducing unlimited audio, and then the second one was Kitty Cash, and she was wearing this amazing skirt and top of Diesel designed. And Honey Love was like the cover of the audio was produced by Nick Paranoia, which was a visual artist that he was like emerging visual artist, and we gave importance to him. And at the end, Diesel put him on the cover, and then the second one was Kitty Cash, so wearing this amazing Diesel clothing and having her own unlimited audio. And then the third one was this amazing NFT in the metaverse world, and basically the NFT was like it's all about utility, and you were given like a free access to the fashion show that Diesel performed in September, which was a great show. And so there were
this September, right?
Yeah,
just like a
September,
month ago
yeah.
in Milan.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
2 weeks
And
ago.
Public Pressure and Diesel, we started talking about all these projects already 2 years ago, Stefano?
Yeah,
maybe more.
Maybe more.
It was
3
in
years
Rome.
ago.
Oh, it was in
3 years
Rome.
ago.
3 years
So
ago.
here's the Techtalia
Yeah.
connection, right? So impact was made.
So the Web3 really goes fast, and then
Yeah.
the work behind it is such a huge work, and to connect all these words,
Was it stressful?
a bit, but now we are really enjoying it.
And from the side of the diesel side and the side of the public pressure side, I'm assuming Stefano was the glue to help push things along.
Yeah.
But I mean, all of you come from a fashion background, and you know the intricacies of dealing with, you know, fashion brands. What was the conversations like inside Diesel, and then the conversations in public pressure to get everything on the timelines? Who to push it, as I'm wondering.
I mean, it was like nonsense at the beginning. We were talking about everyone was like have different ideas, and to put all this brainstorm, like it's not easy. But then once you really were enjoying this digital physical experience, you know, it was a great come out. So we're excited to do more. With the OTB
are there more
as well.
Is OTB planning more?
Of course. I mean, we need to. But, you know, the interesting part, I think, of the collaboration and partnership was that we started from the necessity and the vision of the brand. The brand wanted to be more present in the music environment, and public pressure have a great community around their music NFTs, and we decided that it made sense to have an innovative way to portray music inside the diesel world. So it was a natural combination. Then, of course, when you start and try to do something innovative into an environment that is not used to it, that's when, you know, all type of problems arise. Legal.
Yeah, that part was kind of
challenging.
Challenging, yeah, challenging. But I think the beauty to bring Web3 to fashion brands and Web2 brands is to talk to new communities at the end, because Web3 is all about communities. So now we are talking to small communities that are mainly in gaming, and but the future, as you said, is like to attract a bigger community. That's why fashion brands that are known all over the world are trying to bring the mass adoption to Web3. That is the big challenge for Web3. That's we're trying to do.
And you touched on a good point there, Julia, about communities. I wanted to have Dan really talk about this idea of community, and it kind of pushes our conversation forward into the points that we were discussing on the phone today. And so, Pop Shop Live, can you walk us through? And I remember from the also looking back, Emily Chang at Bloomberg, the interview that you had on Bloomberg, discussing how when Pop Shop Live came out during the height of the pandemic, and you had a marketplace of sellers selling on the app, and, you know, it grew, and you built this incredible community. Walk us through that a little bit.
Yeah, there's a story that I share in the interview. Probably that's what you refer to. So in the beginning of pandemic, when a lot of stores have to close down in LA, we use a live streaming technology to help them to bring their physical business onto, make a digital presence. So we work with, I think the most primary value prop would be they could, after they close a business, they can continue to run the business using live streaming, but still maintain that personal connection with their customer. But I think one interesting kind of like side effect or like a ripple effect that actually coming after this is that when they, after the pandemic, when they open the store again, one of our store got 200 people lining outside of the store. The reason is because before that, they were e-commerce business and with a physical storefront. But after using the live streaming for over a year, they built an online community and they turned their customers into super fans. So I think that's actually something interesting about live streaming. When you look at the evolution of medium, you have text, you have image, photos, and you have short form video, and then you could also like look at MR, mixed reality. I do think that live streaming is really the missing bridge between reality and also digital or physical and digital. If you think about live streaming, you pretty much make a copy of your physical world in real time, and this is like one-to-one copy. And but they're not that much like, we're definitely the pioneer and one of the leaders in the live streaming space, but you can see that especially even in the entertainment space, there's not much like exploration in this space. But this is definitely, I do think, is the missing link. And also, when I think about, we work with creators too, so I often tell them that like you are using live streaming, you're gonna turn your following into community. Because following, I think the difference between following and community is that your following, they only engage with the creator, but they don't get to meet each other. So right now we're in the same room, we are a community because we have this peer-to-peer communication. But if you watch the live streaming or you watch the video without any engagement with other people in the audience, that's a following.
That makes sense. I mean, and it's I think from the different point of views from each of our panelists and the different backgrounds of the industries, the question that I'm going to have for all of you coming up is, as we look at it from both a global perspective and an industry perspective, how do you see physical coming into the digital worlds that you've been creating? So Stefano, D-Cave is a gaming business, video gaming. Francesca and Julia with Public Pressure is music. And I'd say Dan, it's more catch-all, could actually fit all of those. So as you think about it from a global perspective, how do you sort of see these businesses either going back into the more physical world or merging between the two? And maybe we start with Stefano on my side.
I think, that it's natural. It's like when in Web 2, at the early stage, we were saying that e-commerce would kill retail. It didn't happen, and as a matter of fact, e-commerce became actually the accelerator for retail and vice versa. And now both channels basically talk, communicate, and actions are mixed between the two environments. And the same, I think, will happen here. The power is to understand where is the value for the community, for the brand fan base, and that is the most difficult and complicated part of the trick. Because to generate an NFT and sell it just because there is your label or your brand linked to it, maybe was not enough and is not enough. But if you link to that something that you cannot have, then it becomes interesting. So if to a digital asset you link a physical good and or an experience, then it becomes something, more interesting. Or the other way around. Something that we are doing now with our brands is linking, a certificate of authenticity that is written in the blockchain and a certificate of proprietorship to a physical good. And if you think it's taking away a huge problem that big luxury brands have, that is this product real or fake?
Is that through a consortium, or is that?
Yeah, it's through our consortium. They provide a solution, but at the end, all the engagement and the activities are back to the brand. We decide what to do. They simply provide the tech behind it. And this is the most important step, is understanding what technology can provide and then adapt it to your real necessities, your real world, and or what the community wants or is expecting from you.
Julia and Francesca,
From
the music world, tell us how.
But for the music world is different, of course, because physical are like the live concert, or the past, of course, were the CDs and the vinyl. That, of course, now after COVID, actually vinyl is selling much more than before because they're collectibles.
Yeah, we were discussing that I think on our pre-panel
call.
Yeah.
It's crazy that like how many people are collecting vinyl, even they don't have a recording machine. But
we produce some vinyl for Public Pressure with the limited edition of tracks that we give as gifts to our partners, friends, music artists.
And do they love it?
Yeah, they love it. Yeah.
But going back to physical and digital, of course, the music industry is more digital. The point is like being Web3 is to bring